Hi, hello, and welcome to the stream, everybody. Mandatory noise with the fucking microphone because I don't like the way. I don't like the position it was in. And hi, Stars. Oh, my chat in OBS does. Oh, now it works. Nice. And here's what we're gonna be doing today. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple of things to go through today. Mandalore uploaded a new video again, right? Yeah, he uploaded a new video like just 2 weeks ago, so this is pretty quick for him. Seth again, just like Mandalore, uploaded another video, even though he uploaded a video 3 weeks ago. And an incorrect summary of Elden Ring was suggested last stream, so I added it onto our list. Hammer and Sickle RPG by Warlock Racy was requested by some YouTube comment like literally yesterday, I think. And I decided, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna stick it on the list. This video by Wendigoon was, I think, last stream. Somebody mentioned Mystery Flashpit National Park. It's an old ass video of his, but should be fun. And I'm probably gonna stop like around here, and I wanna put in at least an hour into Warhammer 40k Mechanicus too, because I really should be moving along with that. Oh yeah, Maxer also uploaded a new video. Holy fuck. Man, a lot of creators are uploading a lot of videos. I'm just gonna. You know what? I don't know which one should I watch, because this one is a beginning of a trilogy, I think, and this one might be standalone. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna watch this new Maxer video, and the next stream, I'm gonna watch this incorrect summary of Elden Ring then. So yeah, that's the plan for today, I suppose. Fuck, really hope this doesn't spoil the game though, because I have it on my to play list still. Ah, fuck it, I will roll that dice. After watching Wendigoon, will watch his Mandela catalogs. Oh, he does spoil. Fuck! You know what? I'm just gonna put this video on the back burner for now, because Elden Ring I don't care about spoiling, because I'm like mostly done with Elden Ring. I have just picked it back. I have just picked it back up after a year of hiatus, and I'm like 2 or 3 main bosses away from beating it, but now I'm like running around doing side content, and I basically know majority of the information you can pretty much get. I will not watch it, want to play it one day. Yeah, same. Okay, let's just start it from the top with... Let's just start it at the top with Sins of Solar Empire Rebellion review. This is a very interesting video for one reason. I saw that this was on Mandalore's like games to cover list for a really long time. I don't know much about this series, and I think that's the only like video he has on it. I know this is like some sort of DLC or something, and it doesn't seem like he covered like the base game and everything else. Maybe he just like sums it up in this one video. So yeah, let's just get in there and see.
Friendly forces have arrived.
Oh, sorry, I have... Yep, playback speed at 2 times.
Friendly forces have arrived. Our ally has lost a colony.
Sins of a Solar Empire is a game that I can remember talking about with friends back in grade school. Now, near 20 years after launch, it is still getting balance patches. Not to mention the tons of total conversion mods.
Seriously?
It's like Star Wars, Star Trek, Mass Effect, Halo, Stargate, Battlestar Galactica, even Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Fucking
even
nice.
Eve online. If you can name something sci-fi, someone has made a Sins mod, or at least tried to. And beyond the game itself being so mod-friendly, another reason these are so popular is that despite Sins initially looking really overwhelming, it's actually fairly simple to learn and play. It controls like many other RTS games. You only have money and 2 other mainline resources to manage. You can set a lot to be automated, everything from where buildings are placed to ship abilities, and ultimately it only asks for simple actions on your part that do lead to complicated outcomes. You can learn and engage with the true depth of the game if you want to, but you don't need to have fun. Like, for years I knew that building a trade port would increase income through trade ships, but only recently I looked up how trade routes worked in detail because I never needed to. It's straightforward enough that you don't have to dig through details unless you're hellbent on playing competitively. It's a self-declared RT4X. It's more than an RTS, but not quite the complexity some 4X games can get to. So while people do use Sins as a platform for their whatever fan game, Sins does have a story of its own. Some more bits have come out over the years through expansions and add-ons, so I'll go through all of that.
We don't know who they are. We don't know where they came from. But we do know they are desperate. And they've been on the run for a long time.
After 1,000 years of galactic peace, humanity encounters an alien race called the Visari, a once massive imperial slaving power, now on the run from something. Human worlds were organized under a prosperous trade system and were completely unprepared for a threat like this. It was then reorganized into the Trader Emergency Coalition, or TEC, to fight off the aliens. And while it took years to spin up properly, it did work and the Visari were beginning to be pushed back. But right as the war started to turn around, another force began striking different tech worlds. These were the Advent, who the Trade Order actually had encountered before. The actual details of this are kept vague. It's only known that while the Trade Order was looking for more planets to integrate, they found a strange desert world. The population was deemed not fit for membership, as they were
a sinful society of deviants.
And whatever they were smoking really pissed off the Trade Order, who seized their homeworld and then exiled them all off of it. It's been many generations since then, but now the Kushless Kushan have returned. They preach the word of the Unity, rampantly use AI and cybernetics, and have powerful psychic abilities. It's never elaborated on what exactly their spice melange was laced with or what the Trade Order found so offensive on finding them, but they've now struck at the most inconvenient time. And that was the original Sins of a Solar Empire. The opening cutscene for Rebellion is actually the explanation of that game's expansions. Entrenchment added massive star bases and other new defensive tools, and Diplomacy added a more fleshed out political and mission system. Now, Rebellion has all of that and more, because it's a standalone expansion that's kind of morphed into being its own game. There are no new major factions.
Yeah, that's That's an interesting progression. But yeah, now that I think about it, it was more common back in the day, but yeah, but back in the day there were games that had standalone expansions that literally became their own things. Nowadays it's not so common, I feel. Let me just rotate that camera a little bit.
But the existing ones split into two. Tech loyalists want to withdraw from the counteroffensive and fortify, while the rebels want to go on the offensive. The Advent loyalists want to continue their revenge against the Tech, where the Advent rebels are even more aggressive.
That's a cool ship, though.
Loyalists want to continue their
It almost looks like a fucking flying sarcophagus or some kind of like icon of fucking god with that little face. That's cool.
Revenge against the Tech, where the Advent rebels are even more radicalized. The Advent is becoming corrupted and needs a good old-fashioned purging from within. As for the Vasari, they feel like they've been bogged down in the war and in the region for far too long and need to keep moving. Whatever the cosmic threat is, it's still after them and they need to go. The rebels actually have a similar plan but want to bring the other races with them. They think their chances of survival will go up working together and maybe eventually they'll find a way to fight back. It's a neat setting with room for all kinds of stories in its universe, but the games have no campaigns. Which here means the skirmish and multiplayer is fucking awesome.
Your presence is strong.
What you have to understand is, Sins has a lot of flavor to it. There are tons of lore bits about ships and technology, the variety of the voice acting and the music, the actual art design of the races themselves. There are lots of strategy games that are—
Why would you have so much attention to detail and not a campaign? That's weird.
Also skirmish and multiplayer only, but they make the mistake of having no personality. Even without campaigns, it still ends up having more personality than some more bare-bones games I've played that did. It's clear that a lot of thought and passion was put into the world and the setting, and it wasn't purely a vehicle for esports or something like that. Getting back to it, so far Rebellion has had 4 add-ons. They add small, hyper-specific features, but are welcome additions. Like Forbidden Worlds adds a few new planet types, but then dozens of new effects for the existing ones. Stellar Phenomena adds new deep space anomalies and random events that can happen in the game map. And Minor Factions adds independently owned planets who you can fight, or integrate into your empire for unique abilities. However, the most game-shaking one is Outlaw Sectors.
That left side of the screen, like stretching to even behind my camera, that left side of the screen is fucking crazy with all the units listed. Oh my god.
This one adds some new maps and options for your planets like other DLCs did, but now planets, independent or your own, will generate autonomous militias. They'll patrol your territory and respond to attacks, and even launch raids of their own against your enemies. They might help you in a battle, they might respond to a different threat, you never know. For one, this makes the game world a lot more dynamic with tiny skirmishes happening all over the place. More importantly, it reduces your micromanagement since beyond your defenses, you now have an automatic—
My cat is fucking attacking my hand for some reason. I don't know if
fleet
he
of—
wants a snack or to play or what.
go around taking care of small threats. It won't reach the glorious level of Distant Worlds automation, but it does mean managing less annoyances that should be beneath you. And if you don't like the sound of that, you can turn off the option and get everything else the pack offers. This is the one I would recommend getting if you could only get one, but they bundle them all together on sale often enough. They're all great additions, but not necessary to enjoy the base game, but if you play in multiplayer, if the host has them all, then you get them too. Now that you're more caught up, let's move on to the game's visuals. It may have gotten some nice visual touch-ups over the years, but even before that, considering that you could scale up from a starfighter to a star system all in real time, it's kind of incredible the level of detail this game has, considering just how much it's simulating at all times. Plus, it is an RTS and you're not expected to usually be in the sniff range of a spaceship, but the game does let you go up there to see the flaws and all, in a game that you'd usually play from this distance. I think it still holds up, especially when battles break out and you see all these individual weapons, missiles, lasers flying around. It's a colorful game and the lighting effects especially make battles visually appealing. It is dangerously easy to get lost in the sauce watching a fight play out, rather than actually taking control or doing what you should be. It's not as sharp as something like the Homeworld remasters, but the skill—
That does look like something I would do. I often did that in StarCraft actually. I would just look at the different animations all the fucking units had, and instead of actually strategizing and micromanaging,
can maintain with these effects is great. The ship designs are also excellent, like, let's start with the TEC. Their ships and structures are mainly blocky, angular, industrial, but they're not too uniform and still have a wide variety of designs. Remember, it's an emergency trade coalition. It's only recently that they've been rolling out ships especially designed for combat. Many of the capital vessels are repurposed civilian ships, like using a large cargo hauler. What was once a colony ship or a space cruise ship has now been drafted into the front lines. The coalition had to respond to the Visari so quickly that retrofitting civilian ships like this was the best they could do at the time. It's like packing a bunch of autocannons onto a Carnival cruise ship, but still not quite as violent as an actual Carnival cruise ship. A tech capital might have to turn to broadside a target, but together, they're still effective, and their smaller ships have such a wide variety of designs because they represent many human cultures. So it does invoke a bit of homeworld cataclysm, my beloved, but it still has enough to make it unique and stand out on its own. Rebellion also introduced Titans, which are a super ship requiring a lot of tech and resource investment, and here they especially reflect the ideals of their faction. The tech loyalists want to withdraw and entrench, so their Titan is a giant flying fortress. Giant armored plates to the point that it looks like it could be made of cast iron, so naturally it's one of the most survivable ships in the game. In contrast, the tech rebels want to go on the offensive, and their Titan is a giant railgun. We should consolidate what we have.
Cool.
We should reach out. There's a lot to appreciate if you go looking for it, though I will say, that Visari Rebel Titan does remind me of Thargoids. Oh god, Thargoids. To their credit too, the Visari designs are appropriately alien. They can have sweeping curves or sharp spikes, or just look like a jumble of shapes. They more often look like some kind of insect or ancient sea life compared to a traditional spaceship. They were once an empire, and they rely far more on shields than armor. So many of their ships look ornate or imposing over the most structurally practical, because they could have more protection, but our strike craft can look like space scarabs instead. Maybe not the best idea in retrospect. As for the Advent, many of their ships are unmanned or only have a few psychics aboard. They look super utilitarian or have strange shapes and are impossibly flat or vertical. Most of their shapes have this weird inherent motion to them, like they're always diving forward, which would line up with their desire to go out and spread the unity before the rebels started Fourth Crusading themselves. But many of their craft resemble something like abstract artwork over a spaceship. It's like getting a cool ship design and a free Rorschach test at the same time. I just wish I could stop thinking about my dad. All the icons and other UI elements are also great, vibrant, appealing. It really is amazing just how simple interacting with the game is without being overly minimalist, but still has enough iconography to make playing the space video game fun. And while they are kept...
I wonder what year this game actually came out in. Does he have... yeah. 2008. God damn. Like, I'm assuming the DLC is obviously much more recent, but...
simple, the stars and worlds and phenomena you encounter do capture the magic of space. There are extra details around too, like highly populated planets having more visible traffic on them. And as another bonus, this is one of those games where unlocking a new technology can change the look of a unit or building. Getting a new weapon will likely show up on the models, since they show where all the shots are coming from. In short, there's a lot that can be muddy or outdated on a technical level, but between the strong foundation and years of support and touch-ups, it holds up very well, and I've always liked the look of the game. As for the soundscape, it was decent for the time period, but there are some sound effects that are just burned into my brain now. Whenever I think of a fight in Sins, I think of the howling bomber noises. You'll be hearing that in a lot of battles, but overall, it's fine for the time.
Standing by.
I mean, it sounds pretty goddamn accurate to what I would imagine like a space battle to sound.
The amount of sounds that can play at once is good, it's just the quality of them is all over the place. The mixing on some, and especially Titan abilities, can be obnoxiously loud. And sure, they are huge important ships and you want to know when they're doing something, but I don't need a THX sound test. It's certainly not deafening or anything, but the Titans are definitely the best example. There are just some sounds that cut their way through everything in a way that does feel off. As for the music, I think it's in an interesting spot. It's mainly made to be background ambient, so not too distracting while you're playing the game, but there are still running themes and motifs for each race. The Visari mainly have deep strings, the Advent have this religious kind of choir element to them, and the tech can range from military drums and horns to a gentle harp. A good amount is barely perceptible or a string going duh with a pause every so often, but what's good is really good, and the battle music in particular is the standout.
I mean, it's not the best music I have ever heard, but perfectly serviceable, I guess. Jesus, there's even more fucking units on the left now. This one sounds pretty nice.
The quiet music you heard before was to prepare you for these moments. They've been quietly drip-feeding you the themes, so you'll recognize it when it goes all out. And Rebellion added even more music with themes for the split factions. Like the Visari Rebels want to travel with everyone, so their theme incorporates sounds from all the races. It's overall a fantastic soundtrack, and I don't think it really gets the attention it deserves. It even changes dynamically based on what's happening in the gravity well you're looking at, which is another excellent touch. As for the voice acting, like the sound, it's also kind of all over the place. Some is good, some gets repetitive. It does average out into what you'd expect for an RTS.
The Unity senses a pirate raid is inevitable.
We have obliterated an enemy's capital.
A new colony has been founded.
An artifact has been uncovered.
Set sail, me hearties! Batten down the hatches and fire up the phase drive!
It's the hammier
Okay, that's a little bit goofy.
voice work that I do like in these games. As for the game itself, you start with a single planet. Around the planet, you can construct buildings that are defenses, unit creation factories, metal or crystal extractors if you do have any to exploit, and all kinds of other buildings. The world itself can be upgraded too to give you more building slots, increase your income, or specialize it into something else. What technology you can research costs money and resources, but you also need a certain number of lab buildings to progress. So inevitably, you spread out to other planets because your homeworld can only support so much. Sometimes you need research to colonize certain kinds of planets, and there is some nuance to all of this too. A faction like the Loyal Visari have their capital ships count as being a military lab, which means they don't have to settle on as many planets when it comes to building a military lab to progress to the military tech tree. They can even make their Titan their capital planet, so you can build tall with them. On a base level, every race in the game plays with the same foundations. Even the fleet rosters are very similar in their battlefield roles, but what's strong and weak in those rosters will vary around. That's not to say there are no unique role ships in a faction, because there are, and capital ships especially can have a wide variety of abilities, but all the base functions and goals across the systems are going to be the same. You don't start the game as tech and they have a market no one else does, and the Advent don't have some kind of unique religion mechanic. What's important is that this is not a negative. When you get into the game enough that you know how to play a faction, you now know how to play all the other factions as well. You'll still need to master their specialties, but you won't be confronted by a brand new mechanic or something missing. As an example, the Entrenchment expansion...
Yeah, that one depends on the... Like, if Mandalore says so, I believe that this game is good enough that this is a good feature. But it often depends on the game. Some games definitely are better off having like unique mechanics for each like playable faction, because then it appeals to like a broader because you can then appeal to a broader audience, because some people will like a certain playstyle more and other playstyle less. But if the game does a good enough job of incorporating those playstyles into like basic mechanics, so you can... And here comes my cat. Yeah, sit down, man, sit down. Okay. If the game does good enough of a job to incorporate like all of that into the base mechanics. You don't need like unique faction mechanics to account for that. So yeah, if the basics are great, then you don't need like much varied factions. So to go into example of what Mandalore means, the endgame weapons are interplanetary ones where you can fire a shot and it might take minutes to connect, but not everyone uses this to destroy. Yeah, exactly. Like how many uses you have for the basic tools is how many gameplay styles you provide to your players. Yeah. In some games, usually like 4X games, like Civ for example, like with some leaders you can only really viably go for one strategy or two strategies and adjust it a little bit, and that's not great. It's way cooler when you do it like this, where basically your faction can go for like any number of strategies that the game offers.
Added the ability to construct a starbase. They're massive space stations and customizable, so you can build one up to be a tanky weapons platform, or it could be a massive carrier for strikecraft, or you could add on cargo bays for trade or have an extra way to hold onto a planet. Beyond different stats, the different races will also have their own unique abilities for each starbase. Like, beyond their already different powers, a Visari starbase can move and show up in a different gravity well. The Tech Loyalists can't do that, but they can build 2 around a planet or 5 around a star. So playing each race still feels unique, even if they're all drawing from the same basic concepts. Tech Bombers are just human pilots. Advent Bombers are psychic mentats playing StarCraft with drones. But you know what they're for. The fun comes from what mechanics the faction can twist in their favor, and the game makes all of it easy to understand. Sins technically has 3D space combat. You can control the ship's height if you want to, but the game defaults to a 2D plane and I have never had a reason to control the height. The ships organize themselves well enough to where it doesn't feel necessary, though I've probably missed out on some niche opportunities before. So it controls like any other flat plane strategy game. As for the overworld, all the planets and gravity wells are connected by phase lanes. There are a few ways around these, but you're mainly going to know how regions connect. When ships reach the edge of a system, they charge up their drive and take off. You will get detection abilities, but even without them, from the lanes themselves, you know where ships are going to be coming from, which makes it easy to set up defenses or leave ships in a position for an ambush. The phase lanes make understanding the war fronts simple and clear. You know exactly where you should be pushing to, which systems will be important, how an enemy can possibly get around your lines, and they even convey cultural influence as well. The farther planets get from your capital, the more shaky their allegiance, unless you spice up the propaganda. This can be done through some tech, starbases, ships, buildings, but some races are especially good at it. The Tech and Visari have multimedia, and the Tech Rebels have advanced level racism. The Advent have mind control. Their ships can turn other ships, and they're very good at turning planets. Enemy culture creeping in could risk a planet being overthrown, and strong culture on the home front stops an enemy from colonizing inside your influence. I push into Advent territory, but mind control horseshit slows me down from taking this frozen world immediately. This is so typical. Yuri's revenge on ice. It's one of the non-military ways to victory, so what number crunching do you do to track it? You look at the phase lanes, and what color they're turning is where the dominant culture is spreading. The approaching lies of the enemy are as visible as an oncoming train. Diplomacy with major factions has a simple relations meter.
That's a cool visualization of that mechanic.
And you can accept or offer missions to them to increase it further. Independent pirates can also be influenced by placing a bounty on other players or offering them special missions as well. The pirates are an ever-present threat on the map if they're enabled, but some factions like the Tech Rebels can straight up ally with them, to the point they could call them in as backup through their broadcast towers. Everyone else needs to bid them towards their enemies, or go and smash up their base directly. But keep in mind, attacking a pirate base is like attacking fucking Mordor. They are sturdier than they look, and as the game goes on and players get more disposable income, their threat becomes massive. But for an economically savvy player, the pirates can become their army, and no one can prove they're giving them the orders. As for minor factions, you pop a diplomatic ship in orbit, and as long as it's there, they're yours. Again, simple actions into complicated outcomes. I've wanted to do a Sins video for a long time, but did feel weirdly intimidated by it. Because when you think about everything in the game, it does feel overwhelming, but actually playing it, you don't get that sense. Making a game so massive, so relatively digestible, is one of its biggest achievements. And as the years go on, I find more and more to appreciate.
Higara, our home.
There are plenty of options to tweak the game if you don't want random events, or pirates, or super weapons, and there are tons of maps to choose from, and the game has a map maker as well. Whether you find a new artifact earlier, or decide to try a new fleet comp by how you level up your capital ships, it's such a highly replayable game, and it's no wonder people keep coming back to it. That said, there are definitely some shortcomings, and some come from things being kept easy. Like controlling a minor faction with an envoy ship means another race can roll in, kill that ship, replace it with their own, and the faction will immediately change to their side. Which feels abrupt and strange when it happens, but that's the price of keeping things simple. Diplomacy can feel inconsistent and strange, especially in multiplayer. Because you can research pacts like trade agreements you can make with another race, but in order to accept it, your relationship has to be at a certain level. So you can have 2 human players willing to do it, but the in-game rating isn't high enough. Which means having to assign the missions to get that number up. In a way, this is beneficial because the
That's weird.
agreements you can make are powerful, so it stops power gaming by making you engage with the same systems the AI does, but it gives you a loss of control in this area that other 4X games don't. And these things aren't outright bad, just different or awkward. What is bad is the late game slowdown that especially shows up on larger maps. In other 4X games, it would mean a longer turn. In a real-time one like this, it means your ship's jittering and slowing down. They've done great touch-ups, but the game is just based on old tech and they can only do so much. It might seem weird you can only choose portraits from a set instead of picking one for the individual race. The game's foundation being so old means there are still a lot of quirks like that tied to it. There are flaws, but not bad enough to stop the game from being incredible.
Also, the more money you pay the pirates, the more ships they build. Damn.
Really, Sins of a Solar Empire is quietly one of the RTS greats. There's no campaign to discuss, and the community is even more split down by being separated off into their mod of choice. It at least makes sense why it flies more under the radar. I did reach out to the GOG Goblins to put it on sale, so that might be in the pinned link, but we'll see. The publisher can be tricky, and speaking of them, they have put Sins of a Solar Empire 2 in early access. I'm already wary of games in early access, especially ones this big being buggy, but I might give it a shot sometime. For now, I am perfectly happy with Rebellion. That's all for now. Next time, pigs. Lots of pigs.
Oh, amnesia machine for pigs, I assume.
If they do come back to the series, they'll also have to say red as well. Oh, so that's where it went.
Yeah, I gotta say, I never heard about this RTS game. Honestly, it's kind of crazy that this has such like dedicated community and support, and it just flown under the radar like that. God damn. Looks cool. Probably not something I would personally enjoy that much, but you know, it's an old game, probably goes like really cheaply by now. There's no hurt. There is no harm in at least trying. But yeah, some of those mechanics sound really fucking good, man. Like just that visualization of the influence coming towards other planet. I wish like Civilization has that. You have like cultural and religious pressure towards other cities, but it's not as clear as this, and I always feel like the readings in Civilization literally fucking lie to me, because it doesn't make sense. The game says this will happen in 6 turns, and then 3 turns later, suddenly it happened like way earlier or way later. I love Sins of Solar Empire. It's fantastic. Its base game is optimized enough. I used to play it on my laptop. That's insane considering the scale of this game. Holy shit. I wanna take a quick peek at that list. Nice, Oni is recorded. And yeah, Amnesia Machine for Pigs is next. And I'm guessing he didn't like it. I mean, most people don't like how Machine for Pigs is compared to Dark Descent. Wonder what he's gonna cover next. Anyway, onto a new video by Seth. Yeah, I was very suspicious that his last video was not sponsored, I think. And now I see that this one is sponsored. So yeah, probably another video made to appease the deadlines of the corporate overlords. Fantastic Dizzy Review Yolked Edition by SsethTzeentach. Probably gonna be something insane. I'm not even gonna bother guessing what the fuck this is. So let's just go in there. Let's just get in there and see for ourselves. Just let me check the... I wonder how he will play Age of Wonders Shadow Magic. That's another great game, but it's impossible to play on other systems. Is it like... Is it just broken on modern Windows, or is it abandonware? There we go. That's a little bit better. Man, I fucking hate that you can't actually play some games on like modern Windows. It's so annoying. Impossible to start, requires driver downgrades. Oh, it's one of those. Wait, but can you actually like go on like Steam or GOG or whatever right now and buy it? Because that sounds a little weird if you can buy it, but it's broken on modern things.
Hey people, Seth here. To address some allegations, I'd like to ask a simple question. Are you really upset because I was on the flight logs? Or are you upset because you were never invited? Fantastic Dizzy is a game which, unlike the highly optimized projects of today, is less than 800 kilobytes and fits on a floppy with room to spare. It's a DOS game, so we play it on DOSBox. It's a tale older than time. You are...
Is it weird that this looks familiar? What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Or an egg called Dizzy, and your egg girlfriend has been kidnapped. Save her before she gets groomed by the vaguely Arabic-looking wizard. Along the way, solve puzzles by using the right item. You can only hold free, and the only way to reshuffle them is by dropping them on the ground. It's a simple system, but it's an adventure game, so everything is an insane leap of logic. Deadly spikes, Persian rug, burning fireplace, bucket of water, which looks exactly the same as the empty bucket of water, but has to be dropped into a specific pool of water to become the bucket of water, or else it doesn't work and you have to backtrack all the way to
Man, classic adventure games were fucking the stuff of nightmares. Like, some of the leaps of logic you had to do in point and click, especially point and click adventures, was fucking crazy. This is such a surprisingly long running series. I had no fucking idea.
the graveyard.
I vaguely remember maybe playing this when I was younger, because like the sprite of the egg looks really familiar.
Also, because you're an egg, you roll like an egg. This can filter a lot of people, as you'll roll into enemies. The Yolkfolk village is infested by spiders and snails, while the city is
Also, why is Seth covering this? I'm a little bit confused.
overrun by shape-shifting Hasidics, but none of these are as bad as the butterflies, which do no damage, but stun lock you long enough that you die by something else, as evidenced by the fact that he is healed not only by eating fruit, but by the mere presence of precious stones. Dizzy is a Semitic life form, and Grandpa Dizzy is probably some kind of century egg, which explains why he has to live in hiding out of fear of becoming an Asian man's delicacy. The objective of this game is to collect 250 stars that lag your screen each time they appear. This is the intended experience, as increasing your CPU cycles will make the extra life minigame impossible, as the hourglass is tied to your clock speed. These stars are non-negotiable, and you can't finish the game without them. Some are sadistically placed, and you can't get to them except by falling in a particular manner from several screens away, let alone know of their existence.
Christ.
At some point, the game even expects you to trick shot yourself against butterflies to get the final stars, while platforming on a series of clouds that sink the longer you put weight on them. But that's late game. Early game is getting filtered by the minecart, which boils down to a single strategy: guessing. You guessed wrong, you get split.
Oh, that sucks! Oh my fucking god. Man, old games were fucking stupid. I will never forgive a Xanth adventure game, I think that's how you spell it, where I played the game for days only to discover I've gotten soft locked most of the way through because I didn't pick up the mustard from your fridge at the start of the game. That's what I'm saying! Old games are so fucking stupid, man! Jesus Christ! Why shouldn't he? You know what? That's fair. That's actually fair. But, man, soft locking yourself because you didn't pick up mustard from the fridge at the start of the game is exactly how I remember every single adventure game I played as a child, unironically.
Or in my case, you take the wrong exit and get stuck on a beach. At the time, I didn't realize you could take the entrance back to the mine and drown in the ocean. Then I came back after the bubble riding minigame and got filtered all over again because I brought my aqua lung, but no flippers, and I couldn't swim out of the bottom cavern. Dizzy has taught me that I haven't progressed very much as an adult, and I'm struggling with an hour-long video game that's old enough to be the child bride that died giving birth to me. At least the music is nice. In general, this is a very nice game that you could show your grandma. It's not some NTR RPG Maker slop that would
That's a lot of curves, man. Holy.
surely break her pacemaker. In the end, you fight the wizard. He's not very good at magic, but he has a mirror, which is good at reflecting magic. He's turned to stone and dies, presumably as an involuntary celibate. Your reward is a kiss from your fair maiden, which I think is reward enough. Recently, I had an epiphany. I cover many games where I have a script, I have footage, but it's not long enough to justify a full video. Then I realized the title of the video doesn't have to be accurate. So, I have no lack of content, which is important when I'm committed to giving sponsors the lowest quality for the highest rate of return. There are three things I value in this life: my mother, my data, and your mother. You know who else loves these things? Data brokers. Remember, everything you do online can be traced directly to your IP address via your service provider. But they wouldn't sell your personal information to governments and private companies just
Surely they wouldn't.
for a quick buck. Would they? Data brokers use this information to piece together what kind of person you are and sell you ads. Just last week, I googled one C++ tutorial. I now own...
I just wanna say, I just wanna say, I love Seth's journey into Yakuza that you can see in the background of some of his videos. I think in Bastard Bonds he was playing through Yakuza 4, and I'm guessing he progressed further into the series because I mean, look at his fucking setup.
6 pairs of programming socks. I
Yo.
don't even know how it happened. Such is the horror of...
I wonder if he will like ever cover any of the Yakuza games. They are pretty cool. Fun fact, in most of the Dizzy games, after you save his girlfriend, she tells you to go make money and you can't get the actual ending without paying her what she wants. I don't wanna critique, I don't want to be a harsh critic, but the creators of Dizzy, that doesn't sound like a girlfriend. That sounds like a prostitute. And I have to ask, what's happening in your house, man? Like, are you confusing somebody for a girlfriend? Perhaps. I'm just saying, I'm not judging, you know, I'm just asking questions, you know.
The dreaded data broker. How did they know it was me? Because in one brief moment of foolish weakness, I forgot to turn on ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN masks your digital footprint and...
Okay, which one is this? Is that the new one? Is that Gaiden? So yeah, it seems he's going all out, or maybe that's 6?
stops those pesky brokers in their tracks. And it's not just brokers you gotta look out for.
No, that move with the cigarette where he throws it behind him, that's surely from the new one. I'm dead serious. Sometimes she wants to buy a house, sometimes she wants to buy something else. Regardless, it's just to get the player to collect all the coins. That's fucking hilarious.
Ask yourself this: who owns the Wi-Fi you use to browse all your favorite content? Is it your mom, my mom, your boss, perhaps your local public library? Well, if you and your waifu keep having these not-so-secret rendezvous on their Wi-Fi, they can still see everything, even in incognito mode. Now, your mother will disown you, your boss will garnish your wages, and the library will revoke your card. Now, your JoJo library date is cancelled. But Seth, I hear you cry, all this computational back and forth sounds really complicated. Not to worry, my friend. ExpressVPN does all the hard work for you. Just turn it on, hit one button, and voila. All your network traffic is...
Someday I will play the Yakuza games. I really recommend the Yakuza 0. It's a fantastic fucking game, regardless of like all of the rest of the franchise. And obviously it's a prequel, so you don't need to, like any previous knowledge.
Is sent through a secure encrypted tunnel. How strong? So strong it would take a supercomputer 1 billion years to crack. Find out how you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by visiting expressvpn.com/Seth or by clicking the link in the description below. By visiting ExpressVPN billion years to crack. Find out how you...
Of course he's spamming fucking
You can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by visiting
no way.
expressvpn.com.
Was that Tiger Drop? Yep, that's for sure Tiger Drop. You fucking spammer.
/Seth or by clicking the link in the description below. What if I
Well,
told you?
He wasn't gonna sugarcoat it.
An action RPG released 2005 that's over 19 years old had fully working multiplayer. Until recently, when some corporate goon came in and ordered the unpaid intern to manually disable the multiplayer button. That's not a joke. They're just that petty. The latest copy of Dungeon Siege 2 on Steam presents you with a menu where the multiplayer is grayed out. So
Damn.
naturally, people reverse engineered it, and it's working perfectly. We managed to finish the whole campaign using only the most premium gaming platform. It's old, it's scuffed, and it plays adverts that can be blocked by editing your System32 host file. But guess what? It has charm. This game infects my consciousness.
I'd kill you first, green lady!
There's quotes from a tutorial burned into my brain.
Those must be the Bracken we learned about as children. Let's take them out. These Bracken are as weak as Calrathian ale. These creatures remind me of our scuffles with the Tackler. Tough. These wooden creatures are weak to fire. Too bad I'm not a combat mage. These Ketrel are tough. Next time we see one, use my brutal attack power on it.
Oh man, that's some fucking banter out of That's some fucking banter out of Dragon's Dogma, man. I forgot about one more fun feature from old games. In most Dizzy games, you have between 1 and 3 lives. You lose them, game over. Start from the very beginning without any checkpoints at all. Oh yeah, that's classic games all over. Like, obviously old platformers, especially like fucking Crash Bandicoot, or I don't know how many people played Cow the Kangaroo, but it's basically the fucking copy of Crash Bandicoot anyway. I actually saw Dungeon Siege a bunch of times, like recommended to me, especially when I was looking for games with co-op, but I never like played a single one of them. Dungeon Siege is such a generic name. I always assumed it's not a quality game for some reason. I don't know why. I just kind of assumed that.
The story is very simple. You and your friend Drevin enlist in PMC Wagner. Before dying, he gives you his magical plot armor amulet.
Oh my fucking god, I just realized what he said.
We have completed our task.
Christ.
When can we expect our pay? Look out!
And then he dies.
Look out!
And then he dies. The rest doesn't really matter. You don't have to pay attention. Just kill things and have a good time.
Oh my lord, I don't care. Wait,
An age ago,
Wait,
Zerum.
I skipped
don't
it.
care.
Anyway, we get captured as war criminals because we attacked a UNESCO heritage site. Understandably, the Dryades don't like us, and they've put good boy compliance collars on all the prisoners. One of them makes a break for it, which isn't very smart. On the other hand, you did enlist as a mercenary for people who look like this. They say, don't judge a book by its cover. I say, physicality reflects inner state, and all the most horrible people I've ever encountered look like something that escaped the mines of Moria. The prison warden gives you a chance to prove yourself by burning down a bunch of Morden watchtowers. This is one of several situations in this game where you have to think. Don't worry, there's not many. There's also not much dialogue in this game, except for Daru. Daru never stops talking, and she will begin her monologue in the middle of a fight. For this reason, I always recommend putting Daru in your party because it's very entertaining to get wiped by a dialogue box. This game can be quite intense. I'm not kidding when I say it's about 1-2 taps and you're dead. Free if you're a tank, and even a trash mob encounter can leave your party dead.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna be real. This ain't looking good.
So it's important to have a plan, build, or idea of what you're
I
doing.
never got into Dungeon Siege 2. Dungeon Siege 1 is awesome. Holy fuck, I missed out, it seems.
Which we did not. You level up by doing damage of a particular affinity, melee, ranged, combat, or nature magic, and you can mix and match freely. Don't like your mage? Pick up a sword. Don't like your fighter? Take a bow. There's nothing stopping you from leveling every single tree except free time and practicality, and there's no limitation on what any of your characters can be. Did my friend have to relevel Tar as a combat mage? No, but it's funny. The Broken World expansion adds 2 hybrid classes, Fist of Stone and Blood Assassin. One of these sucks ass. The other one lets nature mages have more armor than the tank. If you find yourself dying, just get more armor. There is no other statistic that matters for the average player. Leveling an affinity lets you put skill points in that tree, and certain combinations unlock powers. Powers win fights. Everything else is irrelevant. It's just filler until you use powers again. You charge them up by doing damage, and you release them when you want dopamine. The first difficulty curve is taking the elevator, as you will likely split your party in half, and then one of us is going to pull the lever again, and we're going to repeat the whole process.
You know, it's not your fault. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, well, wait, don't worry.
Okay, get off. Yeah, get off the fucking... Well,
This game is entirely about budgeting, because the main thing you spend money on is potions, and you must make an informed decision. Do I buy the regular potion for my level that heals fast for however much money, or the weakest, shittiest potion for 15 gold? The answer is always the shittiest potion, and then you fill every single tile of your inventory with health and mana potions. Quick spoiler, melee and ranged do damage. Nature and combat do the same damage at the same rate, but they cost mana. So if you're relying on magic for damage, go back. Don't do that. Also, do not ever try to alt-tab this game. It can't handle it, and you're gonna lose.
Classic old games also. Fun fact, Dungeon Siege is the only series I have seen where if you're missing 30% of your HP, you only drink 30% of the healing potion. Oh, that's actually cool. I have seen that in something, but I can't really remember what now. But that's always like a cool mechanic.
Use your save. However, I have room temperature IQ, and I'm conditioned like a Pavlovian dog that each time I hear that Discord notification, I am compelled to tab out and ruin everything. Proceeding with the story, you get told that you have the plague, and you should probably seek treatment from an elvish shrine. This does nothing because the plague is actually caused by shard souls, which are the spirits of aborted NBA players, haunting the Planned Parenthood. No one can see them except for your party, and you're already immune because of Draven's amulet.
It kinda sounds like something that would actually happen in South Park. Or am I fucking crazy?
With nothing left to do, we take the road home. Along the way, we meet an old man who is definitely not the game's antagonist. He tells us we need to stop Doomsday by reforging the exact thing responsible for Doomsday and bringing it directly to the enemy leader. This is why we don't pay attention to the plot, the lore, or any kind of writing in this game. This is hack and slash. This is ADHD in its purest form, since we gave up being hunter-gatherers. Anyway, we purify Fortress and force.
People will say shit like Diablo has cool plot or story. The plot and story of Diablo is there's a bad man and you need to beat him to death with whatever fucking stick you have in your hand currently. That's the plot of every single Diablo since Diablo 1. Why the fuck are people saying Diablo has good story? Where? Literally where, man? Is the good story from Diablo in the room with us? The game is literally beat things to death, release the happy juice in your brain. That's literally the whole game.
All the shard souls out of their host bodies. Finding nothing else, they all dash into...
Dungeon Siege 1 has a funny story unintentionally. From what I remember, the Dark Lord is going on a rampage. So to stop him, you rampage your way through the land until you get to him. I mean, yeah, that's classic dungeon crawler story, you know.
A snake, and we get our first boss fight, which is enjoyable because it's all downhill from here. I'm gonna skip around a bunch because, honestly, this game is defined by its boss fights. Everything in between is relatively straightforward and not worth mentioning. The next boss fight is a dark wizard. These are mortal men that have forsaken humanity by adding extra jaws to the side.
Literally did the same thing that the villain does. Even commit genocide, but you ignore it because you're the hero. Classic RPG.
Originally, I was going to joke about this, but as I wrote the words Sloppenheimer in my script document, I felt deeply disgusted with myself and took a cold shower. It took us over an hour to kill him. This is easily the place where most people get filtered, because every one of his attacks will one-shot you, and one of them doesn't even have a projectile. It's just hit scan, and you're dead. You have to break down each part of his shield barrier to actually damage him, and then he can just recast it. And once you get him down to 1/3 of his health, he starts summoning his crystal. This is a DPS check that you have to save all your powers for and focus the moment it goes up, because if you don't, it kills everyone on the map, regardless of distance. And after
Congratulations, developer. You achieved mechanics. Oh my god. That sounds really painful.
It, you have approximately 5 seconds before he summons another. Next up is a dragon. You have to shoot with a ballista while avoiding hordes of infinitely spawning crabs. If he goes in the air, he rains down fire that burns you, the crabs, and more importantly, the ballista. This temporarily overheats the controls. However, the fight glitched and the ballista was now permanently disabled. Half an hour into this, I wasn't planning on reloading the game. I gambled on the idea that I could reset the object state by getting the dragon to cook the controls, and it turned out that worked exactly as planned, except this is a 2-stage boss fight, and now we have to fight his bloodied head in a narrow hallway with no cover. Objectively, we have been filtered, and yet with everyone lying unconscious on the floor, we killed the dragon. How? Because for some reason, his second phase never actually kills you, and my nature mage, who was knocked out on the floor getting cooked by fireballs, was wearing a single piece of clothing with damage reflect that chunked the dragon's health for each tick of damage. Essentially, he died to a pair of slippers. What can I...
I'm beginning to remember why I didn't like Dungeon Siege 2 as much. This sounds equally hilarious and fun and fucking horrible. Oh my god.
I even say, we almost lost the first phase to a glitch, and we won the second with an exploit. A pleasant surprise, but usually it gets better before it gets worse. And we're no longer heading downhill, because we've reached the bottom. Misery has 2 definitions: borderline personality and fighting free dark wizards at the same time.
Oh, man, this is gonna be rough. Okay, never mind, it's over.
I don't know if I can describe the incomprehensible pain of childbirth in a retarded position where you're fighting gravity, but I'll try describing something much worse. Imagine giving a boss the ability to cast a delayed explosion at your character's feet. Now make it spammable and make it affect everyone on screen. And if your characters are already dead, target them anyway. The problem of this fight isn't the free bosses spamming insta-kill area of effect attacks. The problem is that the animation to get up from being dead is longer than the animation that kills you. So that if you die in this fight, I cannot revive you, because the second I do, you get one shot. If not by the explosion, then by the billion insta-kill projectile beams.
Wait, weren't we watching a review of another game? Like Seth said, the rules don't apply to his videos, man. He does whatever the fuck he wants.
That can clip an entire party. This fight didn't just break us, it broke the whole game. It went on for so long that eventually the game started to randomly pause and desynchronize. Spells and AoE attacks stopped rendering, and eventually everything just grinded to a halt and crashed. So we rage quit the game for a week, and then we got them on a second try in only half the time. I'm convinced most of my subconscious psyche was dedicated to training for the rematch, because I came back with reflex and strategy that I didn't know I had. If you can take out just one of them, the entire fight becomes much more tolerable. The last fight of the game is pretty okay. I don't expect you to have any trouble. You have to kill Valdis, who is normally invincible. However, this fight takes place in Baoshan Steel Limited, and the lack of workplace safety can work to your advantage.
You got it.
Thank God. I was gonna kill myself if I rage quit.
Then we tried the Broken World expansion.
I know all this. I'm not some child.
Concentrate.
What the fuck?
You must focus if you want to learn.
Dude, this sucks.
And spoiler,
Why is Dungeon Siege 1 so awesome and 2 so bad? I never even saw this far into.
It's complete dog shit. Turns out there's a good reason it's not sold anywhere online. Skip that shit. There's nothing good about it. In summary, I thoroughly recommend Dungeon Siege 2. It will test your friendship, and it will either wither away into ash because you are not pure of heart, or cement and grow stronger. Because one day, you will play a competitive MOBA together, and if you're not prepared for that, you're going to be calling each other ethnic slurs for the last time, because your e-friendship is over. You can play with up to 4 players. It's incredibly fun. I'll try and include instructions on how to patch the game in the description below, but in case this is not accurate, skill issue. Figure it out. As always, more content to come, so stay.
Oh, this is that... Wait, what the fuck is this?
Not accurate. Skill issue. Figure it out. As always.
This is that, this is that dungeon, like, extraction game, right? Forget what it's called.
Always, more content to come, so stay tuned. I've been reading a lot of comments saying, lol, Seth isn't uploading, he's busy digging tunnels under the synagogue. These jokes hurt my feelings and cause me to self-harm. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Hey guys, welcome to my mind.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, going from Seth straight into this is gonna be painful.
Hey people.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know what I expected going into this, but yeah, I think that's the end of the thought. I don't know what I expected going into this. But I have to say, I am happy for Seth for finessing whoever is sponsoring these videos, and I'm glad he gets to talk about fucking Dizzy and Dungeon Siege because it's hilarious. Also, that Dungeon Siege review, man, that's like a classic Seth video and a half. God damn. And yeah, with that, we're gonna be moving on to another video. Just let me see the comments actually. Seth, I play everything. What do you mean by everything? This video. Dungeon Siege 2 Triple Dark Wizard fight was how I learned about Toho, because there was some raging on a forum about it being unfair. Danmaku. One of a few YouTubers whose ad spots I actually watch through. Kinda true though.
Hey guys.
So yeah, Maxer is gonna be up next. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm still surprised at how I didn't notice game changed in the review. That's just how smooth Seth is, man. Like, that's his magic. He can like talk about anything and I will fucking sit there and listen because he's just that good. So yeah, give me a second. I will go to the bathroom, grab something to drink, and we'll get on with the reaction. And I am back. I'm disappointed Dungeon Siege 2 has no lizardmen in the swamp we invaded. Kill them all. They are probably evil. Lizardmen in Dungeon Siege 1 literally did nothing wrong, and the homeless psychopaths charged through their territory, murdered them, and pillaged their relics to stop the villain who's on a rampage. I mean, a lot of I think a lot of games actually have a plot you can see through those lens. I mean, Yoko Taro literally directed every single one of his games with the idea that it's really fucked up that you kill so many people in different fantasy games and you are branded a hero at the end. Like, literally... literally, Drakengard, Nier, and Nier Automata all share the similar idea that maybe you should think for a second before you start swinging on just some random dudes. Especially since some of them are literally not fighting back and are rather actively running away from you, which is a great great fucking point he raises in those games. So, let's get into an incorrect summary of Elden Ring, The Moon and the Stars by Maxor.
Craft Let's Play, Elden Ring, or as
I am not in control of the thingy. What? Why can't I? Okay. I couldn't, like, skip it backwards. That was weird. So yeah, I do love how Nier addresses stuff like that. It's also what makes Dungeon Siege 1 so funny. You're some random guy whose life is upturned by a rampaging maniac, and then you go on to do exactly that yourself. Yeah. Man, we need more games about the cycle of hatred like that, because it's extremely fucking funny, and also makes for some great games. Like Nier was fucking amazing. So yeah, I guess Metal Gear Solid 3 also had that, like, a really cool element of that, because one of the bosses made it so that how bloodthirsty you were in the game bit it in your ass, which was frankly quite an amazing moment. Too bad, like, later games, like, basically didn't give a fuck about whether you're killing people or just knocking them out. Anyway, incorrect summary of Elden Ring by Maxor. Let's get into it. I am, like, finishing Elden Ring finally on my own. I clocked in like almost 100 hours. I want to at least beat all the bosses that you get achievements for, and I am finally, like, this close to finishing it. So probably, like, this probably won't spoil much for me, because I'm done with, like, this segment of the game. So yeah, this goes up to Radan. I'm definitely, like, way done with that. So I spent literally an hour running around knifing people and in MGS3 because I couldn't figure out where to go. and I figured I would reload when I died. I never died and eventually figured out where to go. The Sorrow fight was really hard. Finally got through Rogue Trader a couple days ago. I still haven't found like a really good review of Rogue Trader. I don't know what's up with that game and I'm really interested. So yeah, let's get in there. So this is not like a... This is not only lore, right? Because when I say summary, I think of lore. But this is just like a playthrough, Maxor's playthrough summarized, I'm assuming.
Hey guys, welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play. Elden Ring, or as I like to call it, Boomer Band, is a fun new hack and slash and bash and crash my car, developed by Epic Games director Hideo Takos Miyazaki with the express purpose of inflicting pain upon the Gaijin. In this adventure, you play as the famous video game's protagonist Elden John as he undergoes many trials and tribulations on his quest to fight the entire Catholic Church and kill God. This game is a little difficult. You could call it the Dark Souls of Skyrim. As such, many challenges await the player and...
Actually, I think Elden Ring is like one of the easiest FromSoft games. Like, unironically, the openness of the world makes it really easy to go somewhere else, farm up for the next fight, and like come back with a higher level. Not to mention that for the first time in a fucking FromSoft game, the respec mechanic has been made good. Like, Dark Souls 3 was almost there, but for some reason they slapped a fucking limit on how many times you can respec. And also it's very late in the game, so...
most of it is the work of Satan, as is every...
Rogue Trader is really good. Beyond the heavy amount of bugs, I would wait until it's more patched. I don't know why people don't make like reviews about it though. It's so weird.
Game made by the Japanese, spanning a gigantic world slightly larger than Africa. We will find many secrets, uncover many attractions, and slay the entire cast of the Bible. I've always liked that book. My favorite part was the genocide.
Bible unironically has some fucking great stories. And epic fights, actually. Oh my... Yeah, the last boss I tried was this guy. And holy fuck, his moveset doesn't allow you to swing even once so far. So I just kinda went a separate way and decided to try Melina instead, whatever she's called. The really hard one. But I haven't reached her yet. Her zone sucks so much.
Cut that shit out! What the dog
So we boot up the game and silly me.
FromSoft games have gotten easier over time in my opinion. Even Dark Souls 1 was patched to make the early game a lot easier. Well, yeah, I would normally agree, but fucking Sekiro is smack dab, like right in the middle of all that, and it's their hardest game by far, I think. And yeah, Dark Souls 1 was patched to make the game easier, but some of the shit that was in Dark Souls 1 was just the game was broken and some things didn't work, and it still has like things like what was that useless resistance stat? I don't remember. They have like their peculiarities, but definitely like Dark Souls 3 is probably the easiest Dark Souls game because it's like it gives you more options, you know. And Elden Ring by far is like the easiest out of them all because the options are nearly limitless, while the bosses are still challenging. I mean, I just beat the fucking fire giant, which just sucks dick. The worst boss in this game so far.
I forgot to unplug the keyboard so my controller can work. Now I'm free to make my character. Our journey begins inside of the Microsoft PowerPoint, the quality of which being so dubious that it resurrects you from the dead. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Of course, this is a FromSoft game, so Spider-Man is here to send us the fuck back. To our tutorial, which is a whole lot of fun. You know, just making friends, influencing people, and providing intuitive solutions to the issue of life.
Oh yeah, Elden Ring also has like a proper tutorial zone, while not a single Dark Souls has one. I guess Dark Souls 3 is the closest. Like Dark Souls 1 is, this is how you swing, this is how you block, this is a silent demon, get your fucking shit wrecked.
And with that problem sorted, it's time to take the elevator so we can accomplish the impossible and go outside. Welcome everyone to Limgrave, land of trees, laborious bears upon the trees, and this white person.
Tarnished, if you're lost, how about you start by finding some bitches? Stupid weeaboo wearing ass. When's the last time you took a shower with your dirty helmet wearing ass? With your weird ass cargo shorts your mama gave you? Look, what I'm trying to say is, your fit is mid, and you get 0 bitches. Fuck out of my sight before I gotta look at those stank ass vans again.
As per the words of our friendly associate, we proceed towards the castle in search of some bitches. In Dark Souls, we sought after the Dark Soul, and in Bloodborne, we tried to escape Britain. But for Elden Ring, our objective is to get the hose. This is a game mechanic. You cannot level up until you get a girl boss. So with nothing else to do, I guess we'll have to fight this tutorial boss. He's a little like, this tutorial is on how to flee in fear and use geometry.
Wasn't there one guy who said Elden Ring fucking sucks because he cannot beat the... He couldn't beat the Tree Sentinel? And everybody was like, just go past him and come back when you're stronger, and he literally refused to do that?
Proceeding to the next batch of enemies, we must forsake direct combat in favor of the stealthy techniques of video game protagonist Rigid Danger Mighty Jungle Noodle, at which point they form a violence committee. Try finger, but hold.
Sup, bitch?
What the fuck?
My name is Melatonin, and if I may inquire, sir, I am in need of a quirked-up white boy who can bust it down sexual style, so that I may make him goated with the sauce.
Okay.
No cap. All we have to do now is kill every demigod on the planet.
Every what?
Man, I feel sorry for Gianni. People make him say the stupidest shit ever.
And you asked, long ago this land was ruled by the great Queen Marinara, who pissed off God so badly that he left the fucking universe. Now her power, the Amazon gift card, is shattered, and her athletic scions are holding a contest to see who can die the least.
So God comes back when I kill them?
No, but you get to keep the gift card. These are the faces of evil, who have all claimed a shard of the card. Some seek glory, others redemption, and one is just really attracted to his younger brother.
Wait, what the fuck?
And after countless weekends at university, the tarnished warriors are called upon to rise from their tilted towers and achieve one final victory royale. Jake Paul, bastard of the Badlands, the ever-wet skelly sleeper, the crazy caca consumer, and least of all, you, tarnished warrior.
Is there like an opt-out?
Great, I'll send you to my dimensional pocket.
I see.
I still, I don't understand people like, yeah, like that reviewer, like, it must be so weird living in your own head where every single obstacle you need to immediately face, even if you are not prepared. Like, there are so many better ways to go about it, and you are just like, no, I must do this now. Like, what sort of mentality is that? Or like, it's probably like way easier than that. I don't know if you ever played like League of Legends or like any game like that, right? Sometimes I look at my teammates and I see this just... A person is coming towards them, right? And it's always the tank. The tank is always like spearheading the fucking offensive from the enemy team, right? And they only attack the tank because he came into their fucking site first. They act like literal AI they just fucking use every single ability on the goddamn tank that is literally made to absorb all the damage, and then come like 3 DPSs from behind him and they destroy them. Like, and they respawn and they do it all over again. Like, holy fuck. How do people like that function? Why go through a door when I can hit my head on the wall and make a door? Exactly, except way less badass somehow.
Cool. Welcome to the Round Table Hold, a place to rest, make purchases, and converse with the homeless. Do you sell magic? You know what? I'm just gonna go over here now. I'm in hell. Now, as for our comprehensible friends, we could begin with the blacksmith, but he's a little busy right now. So that only leaves one more person, Fia, the deathbed companion, unique among all women, including my mother, for offering to hug me. Of course, I do accept for gameplay reasons, but what I wasn't aware of was that this one action permanently debuffed my health, and I forgot to turn it off. For the entire game, the effect looks like this, and with that, I've reached my limit for human interaction, so it's time to head back.
Jesus. Oh wait, I think I have that debuff active on my character right now. Holy shit, I forgot.
To Stormveil Castle, where we can find the first demigod on our list of all people. Our approach begins by moving through the gate. Our approach begins with a battle against the lag beast, but honestly after that, the level is pretty easy. Alright, finally a cutscene.
Foul tarnished.
God damn it.
In search of the hose.
Unfortunately, I hate women. That sounds like a you problem, Chief. I am also homophobic. And you are looking pretty gay right now. Hey guys, it's me, Maxor. Welcome to the first boss.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer.
Yeah, he's a little bit dumb. Margaret Thatcher is a very strong, very agile, and very interesting boss. Essentially, his purpose is telling you to fuck off and come back later, preferably when your bones are defragmented from the ass whooping. He combines delayed attacks, crazy combos, and eventually the Hammer of God, just like the real Margaret Thatcher when she hammered English oppression into the once peaceful streets of Derry. So I think I'm gonna take the hint and leave. Fortunately for us, young Sheldon Ring is a game with all kinds of activities to prepare and unwind. You know, like killing the fucking dragon, which for some reason is easier, just not too much easier.
I think, like, fighting the dragons in Elden Ring seriously sucks dick. I don't know why they made them all so tanky. It's so painful to swing at them for like an hour, and if you're dual wielding, you obviously can't do it from torrent, so you need to run up to them, you need to jump down, only then you can do your normal combo. It's so painful. I think like all the dragon fights, especially since they are like copy paste of one another essentially, they are kind of bad.
For the next leg of our journey, the now disgraced loser baby resigns himself to living in the woods. That way, he can exist peacefully among the giant bears and, whatever that is.
Greetings, traveler. I am the Pitbull of the woods. Have you seen any orphanages nearby?
Why are you asking me that?
No reason. Legend has it that at the edge of these woods, there's a well containing the tastiest children.
Okay.
Go there, traveler, and I will kill the infants of your choice.
Okay, this might seem bad, but I know a good deal when I see one. Unfortunately, I am blind. Hey guys, it's Maxor here. Welcome to fucking Space Mountain. I hope you like being trapped in Smurf Valhalla because these fuckers don't play around. So to keep things short, this forest is watched over by the spirit of a gentle stag, and my immediate impulse is to kill it. This necessitates lighting 8 fires scattered throughout the sacred grove, or more accurately, sprinting between them while enduring the trials of free acupuncture meets Markiplier jump scare. That is not a sentence I thought was possible, but then again, we do have sentient lightning and Mr. Krabs. So after lighting the fires at the expense of my life, we devour the
I still refuse to fight crabs in this game because unironically they have the best moveset in the game.
Necessary peyote to enter the spirit cave, and as it turns out, Bambi is back from the woods and they had a chill. I like this fight. He shows me how bad I am at the video game and reenacts my trips to the horse race in 2006. Overall, it is a riveting and accurate portrayal of how fun it is to kill innocent forest animals.
His music is pretty fucking good from what I remember.
You don't even get anything from killing him, just the guilt. So after exiting the hell that
now you actually get an achievement, I remember. I specifically did that just to have a fucking achievement.
Back, we head across Limgrave to the Weeping Peninsula, called as such for its tendency to rain and also the race war. But before we get into that, we've got a few tasks to do, just like Among Us. These include fighting the sapient tree, uncovering chests that accidentally teleport me to the end of the game, and also the bell, which may or may not cause hearing damage when you get close enough. It even contains the rarest of all loot, a woman who tells us the tale of Castle Morn, a fortress that made the grievous mistake of permitting Furfest 2022 in their local Hilton. Except these are not costumes. My brother in Christ, they are misbegotten chimera, and you're going to die. So as can be expected, they
that's kinda accurate though.
County-sized race war, and now they're sending me to clean up their human corpse ball pit. Fortunately, just like all issues in life, this one is fixed with a massacre. They haven't invented war crimes yet. I like this level actually. It's pretty short, just like this video. My favorite detail is that they gave crack to an orangutan. Oh boy, it's more animal cruelty. We're climbing back.
I was so over-leveled for this fight, I don't even know this guy moveset. He went down so fucking quickly.
To Harambe's cage, and there is no gun. You know, when he isn't converting my bones to sand, this fight is actually easy, mainly because his health is the size of my prefrontal cortex. But even still, I had a great time reenacting the murders I did 2 years ago, and just like this fight, I will not face the consequences. Enjoy this while you can, because we've got a few more people to talk to, such as D, a man who gives us a fair warning about the dangers ahead.
The village here has been touched by death.
Thanks, as well as speaking to the sentient jar, which you may find strange, but really we are all containers for suicidal thoughts. So after quelling his, our new friend Jar Jar Binks tells us to head east to an industrious land known as Gary, Indiana. You know, it seems like we're going a little bit off the beaten path with this one, but I'm pretty confident. After all, how bad can it possibly be? What the fuck is that? Oh no. Oh god. Let's go back to the castle. This time I think I'll walk all the way back to Margit. Hey guys, it's Maxor here. Welcome back to the...
Someday I will rate FromSoft games based on how bullshit their enemy grab attacks are. Ooh. Who would be... What game would be first? Sekiro had some really bad ones. I remember like being grabbed from completely behind. Dark Souls 1 has like the least amount of grabs, right? I don't remember like any particularly offensive ones. Okay, Dark Souls 2 actually. Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2's hitboxes are like the worst. Like that one stab the fucking pursuer does is so infamous for how shit the hitbox is. Oh my god.
The Let's Play, and on this episode, Margit is still hard and
there's a lot of like grabs in Elden Ring, but like their hitboxes are fine, but they spam it so much you are bound to end up grabbed, which is always just fucking fun, man.
Distrustful, one might say suspicious. We need to eject him. Margit, more like Marge Simpson. Even with better gear, this is a fight that demands, among other things, awareness and patience. Emphasis on the patience. But most importantly, this fight requires experience. Experience gained through fighting zoo animals, dragons, and even Canadians to squeeze out the narrowest of victories. Just to watch out for the hammer. Really glad we could beat the first boss 9 minutes into the video. Welcome everyone to Stormveil Castle, realm of the first demigod, Godric the Garfted. And if I can't get to him in 20 minutes, the lasagna is free. Stormveil is a complex, multifaceted dungeon with various paths, only one of which is correct. So instead...
I mean, to be fair, like, beating Margit is... like, from there, it goes kinda smoothly. Godric is like another like semi-wall though. It's pretty hard to judge. Dark Souls 1, Ornstein can spear you while you're between his legs, but it will probably go to Dark Souls 2's Rolling Boys. Don't remember that one. And yeah, I remember actually Ornstein. Yeah, Ornstein had some pretty bad detection on his spear thing too.
We take the side route across the wall, past the knife birds, and into a Chinese chemical factory. So after cracking open a cold one with the boys, we ascend the political compass until I have authority over life and death, which coincidentally leads us to the castle grounds, and I didn't know they made Irish birds. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but the clamp of my ass cheeks keeps screaming going. Alright, it looks like we're finally making some progress. All we have to do now is get through the, He's quite the, handyman, knows how to work with his hands. You could say he's quite the handful. Better use this door to, keep him at arm's length. I'm very funny, by the way. Stay tuned for more laughs and gags on The Big Bang Theory, Sundays on NBC.
I'm sorry, Odie, but I could not stop myself. After all, it was a Monday. And I hate Mondays.
Pizza delivery for Garfield?
It's called lasagna. Pizza Hut really ought to work on serving giant castles.
I work for Domino's.
Then it sounds like you could use a bit of a hand, you know, with making the pizzas. I command you to laugh. Do you know what I've gone through to make that joke?
In this battle against Godric the Minecrafted, we put our patience to the ultimate test as Grandpa pilots his fucking Massgrave Evangelion straight into the housing market. Much like his titular cat, Godric is a fucking gremlin who attained his abilities by entering Friedrich Fastbear's Mega Pissplex in the year of our Luigi 1987 and then sewed the children therein to his wacky animatronic suit. They call him William Grafton, but besides that, his coordination is subpar since he has to migrate a mosh pit to attack you, and it's quite excessive. Godric holds all of his attacks until the heat death of the universe, which means you have to pay attention to his armor carefully.
The delay on his attacks is fucking insane. But that doesn't matter because you will be getting hit not by the delays but mostly by the fucking AoEs because they are huge for some reason. The rolling big guys can grab you before they begin the animation for it. Oh yeah, I kinda forgot about that. Damn, there's a lot of bad grabs in fucking Dark Souls 2. Holy shit.
And that's pretty difficult when he's shaped like a four-dimensional object. I'm finding it pretty hard to keep track of him. He seems to morph around when So we fight him slowly and with attrition, like the Viet Cong, dodging, slicing, and dying until eventually reaching Oh god. I guess he didn't need a hand. So to overcome the taxes on his 401k, Godric decides to order a bad dragon to release his inner Todd Howard's The Skyrim.
Finally, I have the power to cook all the lasagna I want.
Welcome to phase 2, bitch.
You're going in for you stupid monkey.
Perfect song choice though.
This is the best game ever made. Ah, the Round Table Hold, my favorite location. There's really nothing else like it in the realm of physical science. Speaking of which, it's been at least 3 seconds since a homeless guy yelled at me. Let's fix that without going to Los Angeles.
Hey, people.
Oh god.
It is I, the Lore Man.
Okay, do you know where the bathroom is?
My IQ is the highest among all Reddit.
That's not saying much.
Did you know Renala of a full moon resides?
Okay, you know what? Never mind.
Academy.
Let's just talk to, this is worse. Let's, come back to that, eventually. Oh, I guess I'm stuck here. Congratulations, we've made it past the first demigod out of 6.5. I'm sure his subjects will remember him fondly. Remember all those adventures we had together, all those places we've been. That was 10% of the map. I'll probably finish these videos in a nursing home. This is the rest of the game, and wow. I better call Gandalf for that shit, because we...
No, I completely forgot about that drunk driving PSA. What a classic. Man, how can you forget about that? Everyone needs to watch that drunk driving PSA he shown a snippet of where a car rolls over kids who couldn't be any noted by their imminent death. Yeah, I seen it a bunch. I think that PSA has been memed to death. But yeah, the visual of like the car rolling all over those kids, it was fucking crazy and brutal.
We've got a ways to walk. Welcome everyone to Ligma of the Lakes, the largest swamp that Miyazaki was allowed to build. 30,000 men have already died. And on today's episode, we will be heading to the second demigod on my list of political dissidents. Rennala of the Red Lobster, Queen of Caria, for at least the next 10 minutes, resides in the magical academy of Malaysia Lucario. And to get there, we need to head across a biological minefield known informally as the Crustacean Nation. It is here that we face our greatest challenge, the fucking shrimp. I'm starting to think that PETA has a point. So anyways, we head through the gauntlet, past the Octo Sketty, and get completely sidetracked until I end up in fucking Nipton. But we're gonna skip over most of the side content. You could say that we don't have the time to hang out. Just know that you can find this area by Google searching Elden Ring Albania. This one is for all my baby girls. I see your comments, ladies, and they make me smile. I'm lurking and I'm stalking when you least expect. So after heading through the ruins of my marriage and killing the white people, we make it to the Hogwarts, only to find that the way is blocked by a mysterious seal, and next to it lies a map which leads straight to the key. Their security is dog shit. This puzzle should be pretty easy. All we have to do is get past the dragon that's waiting there. This game has a lot of dragons in it, so I'm going to keep a count. Just know that it doesn't get easier.
Yeah.
So now that we've broken into magical racism land, it's time to enact our revenge upon Chris Angel Mindfreak in one of the most pretty good-ish dungeons of the game, featuring brand new challenges and enemies such as the Spastic Child, this man 30 times in a row, and a homeless guy who helps me extract the blood from my body. Raging Lucario is a fairly linear dungeon with some rather unusual architecture. Now, I'm no interior designer, but why is the entrance to the school a graveyard? Is this America? Anyways, we drive past Ohio as quickly as possible until we end up near the lecture hall. Singular. There is only one in the entire school. I guess they just do it on Zoom. And for today's lecture, what is the dog doing?
Oh, okay, Red Wolf of Radagon was an extremely easy boss fight. Like, come on, let's not overhype this guy.
The answer is stabbing me. This is one hecking speederino doggo who is frankly an insult to every wizard in the school. Their valedictorian eats his own shit. The gimmick for this chonking pupper is that he combines beast-like aggression with powerful magical attacks, but none was so devastating as when he corrupted my drive, which destroyed this video. The last minute of footage was reconstructed from memory, but besides that, his moveset is varied and intense, requiring expert evasion or just a lot of healing. It really is a shame that his health bar is the size of an amoeba. I guess my weapon's just covered in chocolate. Wow, this is just like my favorite show, Family Guy. So before we take the 30-second walk to the next boss, I acquire some fat drip so I may no longer appear fatherless. Now on our search for a classroom that can't be raided, we head up the stairs to experience bowling in VR. And after learning how to phase through oncoming traffic, we become sidetracked again as I am told—
Okay, I didn't know you can actually dodge through, you can roll through that. Holy shit.
Ported straight to the Turtle Pope, who wants to sell me things. His existence isn't explained, and I don't want it to be. Only horror lurks behind that stare. Let's move on to something less disturbing. I can't believe I went to college without once seeing Ben Shapiro. I said less disturbing.
What is up, guys, and welcome to episode 391 of my Minecraft Let's Play.
This is a preschool, ma'am.
Today we're going to be messaging my underage fans on the internet.
Oh boy. Welcome one and all across to Child Slaughterfest 2002-2s. That's right, this is an American school after all. And in this video, we're going to be teaching these kids the harsh realities of the hood. Now, I know what you're going to say, and hopefully it's not a police report. Maxor, this fight looks kind of easy, like taking candy from a baby if the candy was their still beating heart. This is accurate. In fact, all you have to do is find the correct one to turn inside out, at which point Renala basically lets you go to town. The reason for this is that we aren't fighting a demigod. This is the demigod's ex-wife, who was dumped after she gave birth to 30 of herself. To some extent I can understand, but goddamn that child support. Kinda feel like I'm doing him a favor.
Good evening, Twitter. This is your boy, Eat That Pussy 445,
What the fuck?
and about like 30 to 45 minutes ago, I beat the fuck out of my dick so goddamn hard.
Fun fact, some fans did a big boss royale for every boss in the game. That Turtle Pope won, he got 1 win and I think 2 ties, which was more than any other boss. I didn't know, he actually has a moveset? Holy shit, I need to watch that video, because I would never attack him because he teaches me fucking incantations, so...
That I can't even feel my left leg. My left leg has been totally numb. And my dick has...
I guess there's a phase 2.
Yeah, the phase 2 is the real fucking fight. Let's be real.
To the point where it feels fucking weird when I go and take a piss.
Welcome to the real fight. It's still easy. 4 Dark Souls, which means the challenge is getting anywhere close to her. This fight is essentially Dark Susquindlin if he/them were a good boss, using a vast array of magic, other bosses, and the power of Goku to socially distance your skull from your neck. But even still, it's very manageable if you have any semblance of patience. My editing might tell you something about how I did. 70% of this fight is waiting for my turn. It's like I'm trying to stab Julius Caesar.
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe so we can take this video to the moon.
So after sufficient damage is dealt, we find out that her second phase has a second phase and its other bosses, including, of course, this bastard again and the actual straight-up pack of...
This is the classic problem of summoner bosses, which are cool. I like that Renala can summon like different things, right? But it's the same problem that was in the Dark Souls 2 DLC. There was that other summoner bitch that could summon like a big skeleton, Velstad, or something else. And the problem is RNG, because some combinations of the summons with some combinations of the spells make it so that you just don't have a chance to attack the boss, which fucking sucks. But I like both of these bosses, so it's just the RNG part that kinda sucks.
Wolves, just make sure that you don't die, otherwise it's back to the daycare. Needless to say, this fight is a visual and gameplay feast, and by that I mean it does not end. The divorce may have hit hard, but it is hitting me harder, so let's do to her life what her husband did to the marriage. Oh, there goes the camera. I fucking hate this place. It's making me want to minimize the amount of air I breathe.
Greetings again, Tarn.
Yeah, okay.
What knowledge do you seek that brings you to my domain?
Okay, so I've been to Red Lobster once already. Where do I go next?
Caelid.
What?
You must continue your adventure in Caelid. Is that a problem?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong with Caelid. Hey guys, Needs McTherapy here. Today we're going to be playing in a Tim Burton land. Welcome to Caelid. It's basically made of German bedtime stories. Who can forget such legendary tales as Der Vogel, Der Backpfeifengesicht, and most terrifying of all, Das Kinderschredder. I'm sorry if you speak German, by the way. That's gotta be my least favorite disability. And on today's episode of Amnesia the Dark
Could be worse. I mean, some people speak French. I'm sorry if you speak French. It's a terrible disease. I'm
we
so
are invited
sorry.
to a festival and slumber party where the sleep is permanent, all for a chance to face off against the third demigod on my Club Penguin friends list. Starscourge Radon, captain of the hospice, resides within the walls of Redmane Castle, where every year he throws a party to see who can keep their limbs the longest. The price of admission is just getting anywhere near him, because sometimes life is just a Bulgarian and you are an unstolen car. So we ride, vaguely and in some direction, encountering many horrifying creatures beyond the reach of God and locking myself in the cum dungeon. The other kids laughed at me. They called me Jizzy Johnson, but now it is I who is laughing at them. Oh cool, it's another dragon, and this one is quite the special encounter because we get to fight him in the volume of an aquarium. He can't really touch anything, otherwise he decouples his existence. Hey, what's up guys, Maxor here, and today we're gonna be gaming on the moon, because that's what this shit feels like. In fact, I heard you like dragons so much that I made an entire part of the map called Dragon Barrow, and I filled it with, you guessed it, an obscene quantity of dragons, because truly we have not fought enough of them. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's put this in the future episode box. So far, we've seen a lot of traumatizing things, enough to give half of all American politicians cardiac arrest, but I've been saving the best for last, and by best, I mean...
Feeling really odd living in Canada with a half German family and mother who teaches French, not kidding. I mean, in Canada, speaking French is pretty common because, like, half the country speaks fucking French. Or as a second language... Either primary or secondary language, I think, is how it goes.
The most evil game design ever conceptualized. The Swamp of Aeonia lies just within the center of Caelid and contains enough aids to make Ronald Reagan sweat. This region, and pretty much all of Caelid, but mostly this fucking abomination, is infested with scarlet rot, which is like poison if it was made.
I forgot that place exists. I didn't come back there. There are some still things I didn't pick up there. I just fucking ignored it for so long, it ceased to exist in my mind. Just like that fucking Scarlet Rot ocean that supposedly has some items I wouldn't know. I'm not going to fucking explore it.
Made of radium, and get this, it's spreading. You can't even use a horse to bypass the radiation because an NPC just invades you in the middle of the swamp. It's like I can hear the dulcet tones of the game director laughing at me. For your crimes, I am sending you to the moon. This place is filled with all kinds of new and interesting ways to die, and my favorite lies at the center of the swamp, where we can find Commander O'Neill and his Bostonian ketamine mafia. Surprisingly enough, this is the only thing here that can't kill me. His moveset is so simple, it's Amish accessible. You could build a barn around him in the time it takes for him to do damage. Maybe this boss would be better with a second phase, one where he whips out his lightning cock and pulverizes me until I'm gravel. But you know, that's
spoilers.
just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Also, he drops his ketamine needle, which I will now put to very good use. You're a horse, right? We're in Redmane Castle now. This entire level can be skipped because I think the devs realize that Caelid is the actual level.
I do love the two fantasy settings, though sometimes the dragon will return and what do we do about all these dragons? It do be like that. Unironically, it do be like that.
Do you even know how many dogs were euthanized on my way here? Don't worry, you aren't actually missing anything unless you're a big fan of cats, such as life on the Serengeti. So, welcome to the Festival of Ramadan. There are 2 attendants in total, and one of them is this guy.
Hello again, Tarnished. How was your journey down the well?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm just passionate about my cuisine. Speaking of which, did you ever find those children I talked about?
Welcome one and holocaust to Child Slaughterfest 2022. No.
Shame.
You know what? Maybe the jar will be a bit up.
Lisa called Jaja Binks. Lisa, your humble servant.
Okay, never mind. So with a stroke of obscene luck, we find a mostly sane person who tells us via YouTube Rewind that Radon is not here. Technically. You see, this castle is his euthanasia clinic and we are going to pull the plug. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I have to charge my Switch. His consciousness has been gone for several hundred years due to the demigod Melania, who is the Blade of Mikola, by the way, but that is a story for later. Essentially, his mind was eaten by the Scarlet Rot, but this man is literally too angry to die, and we are attempt number 500 to kill him. So, I'm liking these odds. I'm just built differently. Very Will Smith-friendly. Let's, go start the mercy killing. And, why is he so far away? Are those summon signs?
Man, Radan was such a cool spectacle fight. Holy shit, I don't know if they were ever top like Radan as a spectacle. I think there are better bosses in the series, but yeah, just that part where you get to summon all the people and his fucking phase 2 opener. Oh my god, man. It's
Welcome everyone
so
to the
cool.
open world RPG where I roleplay as the victim, and today we're doing one of the best fights in all the video games. Starscourge Radan is a big, buff, absolute unit of a boss whose only instinct is recycling your flesh back into the ecosystem. But you are not alone in this battle. There is no limit on how many people you can summon, and if they die, then you can just do it again. I'm sure they won't mind. I have essentially converted the game into an RTS and gotta fight raid boss Radan in World of Employee Harassment. Now, you can fight him alone as a real gamer, but why would you? This is a goddamn festival, and I will not be having sex by myself. Before you can even reach him, Radan is sniping your ass with the accuracy of my opinions on the internet and firing a frankly suspicious amount of arrows from God. If you want to exercise the privilege of fighting him, you have to earn it, and that is the easy part. Even with summons, you need to pay full attention to his moveset, as his attacks swing wider than American elections and hit harder than a freight train on a semi. Now, you may have already noticed, but that is a comically small horse. It's like I'm looking at Chaquale Onale. This is because, in addition to being built like a steel mill, Radan has the power to defy gravity, which constantly gets him into fights with solar bodies. This man is skateboarding a horse and holding back the stars while killing everyone he comes into contact with, and he does it from the hospice. Radan is an absolute god among Chads, and this fight's intensity lives up to that and then some. And that is just phase 1. Phase 2 starts when he, jumps into the upper atmosphere. Jesus Christ, he is a thick one.
True.
Oh god, I think my Zodiac just killed itself. This is sure to negatively affect the trout population. Won't someone please think about the economy?
Nice, nice. I do wonder, like... I do wonder what is covered by the other parts. Oh, damn it, the video broke.
Welcome to Caelid. It's basically made of German bed.
Really cool video. Nice summary of everything with a little bit of lore like slapped in there. That's nice. That's honestly nice. I wanna see though. Okay, this is the newest one, right? I wanna see what the fuck is going on? Why? Man, YouTube is really fucking tweaking, man. See that? I can skip the video for some reason. Oh, now I can. Cool. I can only skip it from 4 minutes for some reason. That's weird. Okay, so that's Mountain Top of the Giants. That's Fire Giant. Okay. So I'm pretty much here.
This is my favorite boss in the game. I'm just as fun as stoning people to death, and he's got about
I'm currently on this boss. We once procced his second phase, and we got so fucking whipped. So yeah, I can like safely watch the second part next stream, which is The King and the Serpent. I'm gonna add it to watch later. And put it like at the bottom. Probably gonna have to wait a while to like watch the one about Baldur's Gate 3 because I really don't want to get hit by spoilers. He does something that's apparently pretty hard. With his videos you can actually tell what's a joke and what's actually true to the lore, even if it's paraphrased. I've seen so many other people who cannot do that. They tell their jokes in a way that make them seem like they're a part of the game and vice versa. You know what? That's kinda true. I do have to agree. I do have to agree with that. Like the difference is pretty clear, which I appreciate because sometimes you wanna know a little bit about the game other than other than just listening to some jokes. So yeah, we'll move on to Hammer and Sickle RPG by Warlock Racy. And given that I'm 2 hours 11 minutes in, I'm probably gonna watch this and leave this video by Wendigo for the next stream and just open with that one and go play some Mechanicus. And yeah, give me a second because my cat is meowing to give him some food, and we'll get into this video, which I assume like the only other video from Warlock Racy has been another a Russian RPG that was fucking ridiculous, and I'm assuming this is gonna be something similar. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Okay, let's see what Hammer and Sickle RPG is. Is that actually the name of the fucking game? Just Hammer and Sickle? No way.
Werewolves, perhaps. Maybe even commies.
The beautifully insane Hammer and Sickle, a non-linear, mechanically sophisticated role-play experience featuring exotic party members with satisfying character arcs.
Gain their trust and shoot them in the back.
Join one of the game's many guilds and factions like Stalin's Legion or Neo-Ananerd, and meet the regional power players like Mr. Dulles.
Dulles' new CIA.
The adventure takes place in the forgotten realm of West Germany, a fictional place where all sorts of miracles are possible.
To avoid denazification.
So is this like Baldur's Gate, but with communists? Well, no. But in some ways, yes. Like it's also...
It's literally called Hammer and Sickle. Okay. I was fucking wrong, apparently. God damn.
a part of a trilogy. The original Silent Storm was made in 2003.
Oh,
it's a world...
I actually fucking played Silent Storm. I got it in one of the fucking gaming magazines. There was bootleg Polish gaming magazines that had, I think, pirated copies of the game included with them.
War II small squad tactics game with RPG elements. The standalone expansion Silent Storm Sentinels was out in 2004. The Axis and the Allies characters joined forces to fight an international conspiracy. The 2005 Hammer and Sickle takes place in the same universe, but it's different from its predecessors in a number...
That's so weird. Oh, sorry.
Of ways. Most notably, the game changed genres. This is an RPG. Curiously, the studio responsible for Hammer and Sickle doesn't seem to have a real name. This was originally a mod distributed for free, but the folks from Nival must have decided it was good enough to be translated to English and published officially. But then they must have reconsidered, because you can no longer buy this, at least not digitally. You can get a physical copy if you look for it hard enough, but I don't even have a DVD drive. How odd. They sell other Silent Storm games, but not this one. I wonder why. Today...
I bet there's something really spicy in the campaign. I think I might have gotten it the same way. That was back when you could find full 60-hour games in literal cereal boxes. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, for me, that was back when those... I don't know if this thing existed in other countries, right? But in Poland, you had things that were like on the corners, called kiosks, and those were like little metal shacks, and a seller inside, right? And he had like fucking newspapers, magazines, some like little snacks and things. And that was basically a place where you could buy, like I said, cigarettes or a newspaper while you were on the go, walking through the city. And I remember they started literally, they took gaming magazines that didn't sell and they started putting them like together in a fucking Ziploc bag and selling it for like $5, and it had like 10 different games. And I'm pretty sure I've gotten fucking Resident Evil 3, Silent Storm, Postal 2, and a bunch of different fucking actually fully fledged actual long games out of one of those essentially like fucking mystery boxes, which were just different gaming magazines that didn't sell duct tape together. It was fucking crazy.
We'll be solving the mystery of Hammer and Sickle.
My Führer, every...
We had corner stores like that in Canada while I was growing up. They fit that exact description. They are closed by now though. Yeah, there are. I once bought a disc with ready-made mods for Stacker Shadow of Chernobyl. I had an error during the installation and the seller calmly refunded my money. It was so pleasant. Yo, that's actually nice. Yeah, the corner stores also are defunct in are also completely defunct in Poland by now. I know that they were a thing also in Germany, and they are also defunct in Germany. I don't know why that business model fell through. Like on paper, it really seems like a good idea, but I don't know. Nowadays, you only get things like that in the mall, for example. Usually when you go into a mall, like even here in Belgium, in Poland, you have that one store that is exactly like that, but just inside the mall. It's like very small, sells mainly magazines and newspapers and shit like that. So yeah, I guess maybe just people started like commuting through cars and like the sales just went through the fucking through the floor, because it no longer was that you were walking by and you could just buy something, because like stopping the car to get a newspaper or something is too much of a hassle, I guess. So maybe that's why like like that business fell through. But I will always remember fondly those fucking magazines with what I assume were bootleg games, because like some of these CDs had errors that you wouldn't get with official releases. So
This thing is different now.
The character creation is very simple. The most important choice is the choice of class, because it determines what perk tree you get. Any character can use any weapon, but snipers have perks that synergize with rifles. Soldiers are good with SMGs, grenadiers with grenades. You get it. Recon was the most powerful class in previous Silent Storm.
Pretty standard like RPG setup.
But in Hammer and Sickle, the developers made a decision to disable the use of stealth mode in daylight, so scouts are not what they used to be. Engineers have a specialized perk tree that benefits the Silent Storm power armor. Unfortunately, power armor is not a feature in Hammer and Sickle, making this class boring. The game allows us to pick whatever name and call sign we want, but the narrative will pretty much completely ignore this. We are actually playing a pre-made character. Most NPCs will refer to the protagonist as Captain. His radio call sign is Rook.
Maybe even commies.
My version of the character is a soldier with a default appearance. 1949, East Germany.
Please be seated, Comrade Captain. Do you understand your mission?
Cross the border into the American occupation zone. Make contact with Vaclav and his group. If he is still loyal to Uncle Joe, recruit him. If not, terminate. The over-designed intro mission is the #1 source of complaints about the game. It's possible to do everything correctly and still get discovered and die. The patrolling Soviet soldiers don't know about our operation and will shoot to kill. Any sort of interaction with any character, Soviet or American, is followed by a scripted instant death. What you have to do is make a hole in the fence using wire cutters and then wait for the cutscene to trigger.
Get a bazooka! The damn commies just started World War III.
While the Americans are distracted by the tank, we sneak past them. The world map. Germany is, in a sense, a world. Our destination is the hamlet of Gavberg, where we are supposed to meet Pan Vaclav.
Execution complete, sir. What about the woman?
Well, that was fast. Vaclav was executed by the unknown paramilitaries. Mission
Unlucky.
failed. Despite the fascistic-looking Brotherhood of Nod type of uniforms, these are actually the good guys from the previous game. The Sentinels, an international Nazi hunting organization with a branding problem. Rook doesn't know anything about them, but the player does.
Огонь!
Yes, the music is absolutely not era-appropriate, but you know what? Neither was the Red Alert soundtrack. The way you handle this encounter depends on your class.
The fucking voice acting is so goofy.
A soldier starts with 2 anti-personnel grenades, so it makes sense to take advantage of that. Unfortunately, combat in this game is extremely RNG reliant. Expect to save scum. A lot.
Any of you serve in the army? Yes, sir, officer. All of us.
Our protagonist is not exactly a dialoguer, but it would be wrong to say that he has no social skills. It's just every conversation involving Rook quickly becomes either an interrogation or an exchange of threats. It's like picking the renegade options in Mass Effect, except Shepard is a renegade some of the time, and Rook is a renegade all the time. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
And they are due to return soon.
The rest of the Sentinel unit is coming, and we need to prepare for their arrival. The civilians arm themselves with the rifles from the bodies and get to defensive positions.
Good to meet you again, Pan Vaclav.
Vaclav is gone, but the woman is still alive. You can pick up and carry dead or unconscious bodies, like in Deus Ex.
I can stabilize her wounds for, shall we say...
Sanders is not a mission-critical character, but saving her life can affect the ending. The Sentinel...
That's fucking wild that this is actually like a fully fledged RPG with... like different endings set in World War II. I guess post World War II. Wait, is it? Yeah, it literally says 49, so yeah, post World War II. Fucking Germany. And I don't know any other game like this. Literally, holy shit.
Will attack from 2 directions.
That
One
actually
will be
sounds
covered
like
by
a
the
cool idea.
ex-Wehrmacht militia we organized, and the other seems to be random. The second battle in the game is quite hard. It is assumed you played the other 2 Silent Storms. Rook will almost certainly run out of ammo and will have to scavenge for resources.
Who's next?
The Sentinels had a radio with them. Vaclav is dead. Mission failed. I don't have an ID or local currency. Requesting extraction. Steering to Rook. The intelligence center was destroyed in a terrorist attack. Evacuation is impossible. Decrease your activity and adapt to circumstances. Recruit or liquidate the female survivor. Avoid capture at all costs. Contact us again as scheduled. Over and out.
I need money. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. As Marx teaches, money has the occult ability to add to itself.
Sweet Jesus, Rook. That's not Marx. That's Nick Land. We begin our new life by looting the battlefield and changing into civilian clothing. Let's introduce ourselves to the man of the house.
You scared the hell out of me.
Conrad is a weapons dealer, and he has a job for Rook. He wants us to get rid of a competitor. There is an option of saying no, but it seems like it might be one of them fake RPG dialogue choices, and you'll end up saying yes, but with extra steps. That is not the case. In fact, this unassuming little questlet might be the most important choice we'll be making in this game. Here is a chart of the Hammer and Sickle story structure. If we accept we'll be making in this game. Here is a chart.
Take Conrad's quest, blah 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 blah. You are here. Come back for trophies. Oh my fucking god, what the hell? Okay, but it seems like if you don't take his request, you actually just skip a bunch of things? So, what? Damn, that's
part
a
of the
lot
Hammer and
though.
Sickle story
Jesus
structure.
Christ.
If we accept Conrad's offer, then we go down this quest chain, which is about being a gangster in West Germany. And if we decline, we'll be doing a different quest line that is about the horrors of the Holocaust. What?
Get the hell out of my house!
Rook provokes Conrad.
But I still don't think you're man enough.
And kills him.
Carry this one away.
The woman is...
Hold on a second. Somebody is at the door. And I'm back. Oh, seems like Leech had that out while I was gone. Let me... Man, I had to look for my dumb ass cat. I thought like he snuck around out of the house or something. But turns out he just went into the very corner of the room and hid in his like little transporter cage that we put him in to take him to the vet, for example. And he hates going into that fucking cage. So that was the last place I would ever look for him, and he was just sleeping in there. Bastard. But if I want to put him in there, he will never go in willingly. Jesus Christ. Cats are so dumb.
Still unconscious. There is nothing to do in Gavberg, but we have nowhere else to go. Rook makes camp in the wilderness, not far from the hamlet.
Okay, we see each other.
The audio mixing in this scene is horrible. What happens is that we are found by the local forester, who invites us to his cabin.
Papa, are these Meshuggahim causing trouble?
Moshe, put away your gun. Everything is fine.
The cabin is very comfy. I love this visual style. Clean and low poly without a layer of tacky post-processing effects that every game made in the second half of the 2000s was mandated to have.
Oh yeah,
Jews,
kinda true.
left-leaning political figures.
Back during the war, the forester used to run an underground railroad of sorts. He knows all kinds of curious individuals.
Why this area would attract an intelligence agent from the newly minted state of Israel.
I'm not from Israel. I fight my own war.
Moishe is an Auschwitz survivor with eidetic memory.
I memorized every name.
He remembers everything, and having him in our party will dramatically change certain NPC interactions. Moishe is a sniper, a useful class, but he starts with an Uzi, a rare new weapon added in Hammer and Sickle. His weakness is low physical strength.
God gives burdens, but also shoulders. You just give burdens.
This is a game where you need to carry a lot of crap. Silent Storm uses a combination of a traditional leveling system, that is, get XP, gain a level, with Bethesda-like get better by doing mechanics.
What
I shadow box to get some points in melee, and maybe a point in strength, and then Rook accidentally makes a hole in the floor. The series got well-deserved praise for its physics engine and destructibility. We should go to Gavberg and see if Sanders woke up yet.
That's an insane detail. Holy shit.
She did.
You've had military training. What's your rank, soldier?
Lieutenant, 82nd Airborne.
This, of course, is not true. Sanders is the American version of Rook.
I need money to move to Mexico. How about 200 a week?
The campaign can be finished in less than 7 days.
Fine. Here are your 30 pieces of silver.
Hey!
She's a soldier class. We don't have a set of civilian clothing for Sanders, so she'll have to sit this one out in the cabin. You can temporarily dismiss a companion by clicking on a bed.
That would be Fidel, the Spaniard who taught Carl words like desperado.
Small world. Our old friend Fidel Sanchez was spotted in the nearby town of Zeisenberg, which seems to be a fictional place. In order to operate in Zeisenberg, we need to come unarmed and in civilian clothing. And if we want to carry weapons, we need to obtain allied military uniforms. Violating these rules will lead to a shootout with the police, which will subsequently trigger World War III.
And before you ask, no. I don't work for Uncle Joe.
Fidel is a different man now. He doesn't want to play our games. He heads outside.
What? Okay, but why does he look
Fidel is a different man now.
Why does he look like Giga Chad, though?
Doesn't want to play our games. He heads outside and is immediately arrested by the Allied counterintelligence.
We're too late. Someone else got to kill old Conrad.
Back in Gavberg, we get some reactivity for our actions.
Who do you think you are, barging in like that with your floozy?
I'll make you my floozy.
These guys are hitmen, sent after Conrad by a competitor.
You watch how you talk to me, soldier.
Jawohl, Herr Officer.
Rook bullies the gangsters and makes them take us to their boss, the enigmatic Sigmund.
Oh, one more thing. Don't say anything about his, face.
Sigmund is very special.
Wow.
Scared?
I've seen worse. You were in the tank corps, right? Where? Kursk? Ardennes?
Balaton.
It's probably a good thing Moishe ain't here listening to this. Sigmund has a mission that can only be accomplished by a group of spies. We need to rescue his friend Larry from an allied military prison. Larry used to serve in the Volkssturm, a national militia established during the last months of the Reich. We are provided a fake ID, American military uniforms and weapons.
I show them the fake ID and bluff like hell.
Come on, look at you. I'd sooner throw you in a cell than let you release a prisoner.
She is absolutely correct to be skeptical. We present documents to the officer, who makes a phone call, and... we look nothing like our ID. Okay, reload. This time, we quietly kill the officer via a dialogue-based stat check and steal his uniform. This gives us access to the prison building. If we found a document forger, this whole situation could have been resolved without violence. But in that case, we wouldn't get the cool guns the Red Berets have.
Ready to rush them?
When the battle begins, our old buddy Fidel, who also happened to be locked up here, starts a prison riot.
My Führer, do we have to kill all these?
And that's Larry. The game never says this explicitly, but I don't think it's his Volkssturm background that is the problem. Larry must be Hitler Youth or something. Moishe does voice his concerns, but he doesn't care that much since Larry was just a kid. This is a military prison. The inmates can be quite dangerous if they manage to seize weapons from the prison guards. The Silent Storm combat is great. There are all sorts of features: destructible environments, noise visualization, ability to aim at specific body parts, injury modeling, nice and readable graphics.
The Tree of Liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants.
Unfortunately,
I barely remember playing like Silent Storm, the first one. So yeah, I don't remember how the game plays. But this looks pretty fucking nice. I might actually like come back and try this
the
series.
game doesn't have a simultaneous turns feature, so everything takes way too long. The interior is guarded by the British soldiers, who are dangerous enough, but the real threat are these guys, armed with Sterling Pratchett submachine guns. The E-11 blaster rifle from Star Wars was based on this frame.
Carry this one away.
Typically, being a violent mass murderer is a good way to lose the campaign, but in this instance we managed to get away with it. Fidel's riot obfuscated our actions.
Hi, Grandpa. We brought your desperado back.
I must say, I'm kind of losing the thread of the plot. What are we supposed to do again? Adapt to circumstances? I suppose we can become more autonomous by accumulating capital. It's like Marx said, the future will take care of itself. Luckily, the Forester knows where to get money.
Your line of work was easy when your brother was in the Gestapo.
There's an antiquarian in Zeisenberg with an interest in history.
You can't prove anything.
He says he's well connected and he can make us disappear. But actually, it's Rook who disappears people.
Skip a payment, and you'll meet the owners of this junk in hell.
Adapting to circumstances.
You're going to let him live?
We need money, Moshe.
Then let's kill him and take all his money.
He shoots the antiquarian in the ass and runs away. It's possible to avoid this by passing an intelligence check, but I'm just not emotionally invested enough in this guy's well-being. Dialectically outmaneuvered and outpraxised. The main plot is progressed by robbing the apartment above the bar, whose owner appears to be a terrorist.
Look at these photos. It's the water scoop installation.
Let's go stop a terrorist attack. We are the good guys. The American patrols are everywhere, and we still don't have a valid ID.
Sir, who are these people with you?
All right, Rook. You are an undercover operator. You've been training for this your whole life.
Detainees. Nazi werewolves, perhaps. Maybe even commies.
Sir, would you mind if I see your papers?
I would.
Unless you want to intentionally trigger the bad ending, acts of violence against Allied soldiers should be avoided at all costs, the prison segment being the only exception I can think of. I reload and sneak around the building to the area exit. The terrorist attack is already in motion. The unknown paramilitaries have seized the water processing plant. This is a very hard battle. Make sure you come fully healed and well equipped. You'll have to save scum until you take out or incapacitate as many targets as possible on turn 1.
I've been shooting since I was 7.
Ranged combat is lethal in Hammer and Sickle, more so than in the previous games. Leave one guy alive and you can expect to receive a critical injury.
Shot, Signora. For a woman.
Fidel is an old-style conservative leftist. After the bad guys are dead, open the loot screen and click on a canister with Russian markings.
Put it down.
Why?
The canisters, don't you smell that?
It's important to do the opposite of what she says. Collect all the canisters, as well as a pack of Soviet cigarettes one of the terrorists dropped, and then proceed to the nearby building. Exit the map via sewers. We have a limited amount of time to do this, around a minute before an American patrol shows up. If you fail to collect the canisters, the Allies will assume this was a botched Soviet terrorist attack.
Now, Elizabeth, can we please be honest? You're no paratrooper. You're a medic.
She's a spook.
Damn. How long have you known?
Welcome to Durlag's Tower of Shit, a long, multi-floor sewer dungeon. The quality of battles declines sharply in the second half of the game. Expect tons of enemies and traps inside tiny pathways that are impossible to navigate as a group.
For the motherland! For Stalin!
Sir, this is West Germany. You are a secret agent. Rook is a very Kojimian character, perhaps unintentionally. See, this is how Sanders shoots her submachine gun, and this is how Rook does it. They have the same class. I don't know if this is some exotic perk I took, or if the gangster-style animations are unique to the protagonist. I prefer to think it's the latter. A clandestine operative who guns down motherfuckers using a secret Soviet CQC technique, while yelling "Hail Stalin" at the top of his lungs.
The fascists never see me coming.
The bad guys are Thor's hammer, the evil counterpart to the Sentinels. We'll learn more about them in a minute.
Tell the Saints, Fidel says hello.
The character barks in this game are great. We take the terrorist's commander alive. Rook incapacitates him.
Are you gonna interrogate him now? They're probably on their way here.
Sanders is right. In less than a minute, an Allied patrol will emerge from the tunnel behind us. This is the second big choices and consequences moment in the narrative design masterpiece Hammer and Sickle, and you will never guess what the choice was. The cutscene makes you assume that we took Siegfried prisoner. We actually didn't. You need to click on his body to confirm capture. Without a Hammer officer to interrogate, we are stuck with no main quest leads. We choiced and consequenced ourselves into a corner. We don't know what to do next. The game attempts to fix the story by forcing us into a Sentinels versus Thor's Hammer firefight. Which side should we take?
Gain their trust and shoot them in the back.
The Sentinels seem to have the upper hand. They kill all the terrorists in the first turn, except for the guy who spawns next to our party. Unfortunately, he gets to go before we do, and he uses his turn to decapitate Larry.
Captain, the boy's down!
And if we side with Thor's hammer, we have to face a Sentinel squad without cover. This game hates cover. Let's avoid making this choice by reloading a save and clicking on Siegfried unconscious body.
Siegfried Kruger, Captain. Last service allocation, Wehrmacht, 22nd Infantry.
He was recruited into the Hammer after the fall of the Reich. Initially, they attacked both the Allies and the Soviets until...
So much money appeared. New equipment. I think the Hammer has a new master.
The water processing plant was Operation Shapeshifter. Perform terrorist acts in the Western Zone disguised as Russians. Do the same in the Soviet Zone disguised as Americans. Siegfried shows us the location of the Hammer HQ and joins the team. He is a grenadier and has unique perks that extend the potency and range of grenades.
This is the Ananurba symbol. They're Nazis who study the occult.
This version of Ananurb is less about dark magic and more about advanced technology, laser guns, power armor, jetpacks. Other Silent Storms explore this in detail.
Some CIA guys wanted the bastards alive to work in Dulles' new CIA. They said I should forget future promotions.
Like I said, Sanders is the American version of Rook. She keeps accidentally telling everyone she is CIA, but our guys are pretending not to notice out of politeness. I love these characters. We carefully search the building room by room, only to find nothing. We are too late. This is another plot fork. Rook had to stop by the doctor's office on the way here, and this took about a day of in-game time. Someone else hit the HQ and stole the secret documents.
I've been waiting for you. We need to talk.
In the grand arc of the plot, it ultimately doesn't matter, but we'll get to play a different set of missions now.
Identify yourself, or this place will be treated to a glorified spectacle of decontextualized violence.
This line doesn't seem to be a reference to anything specific. Rook is just trying to impress the Anglo-Saxon colonel. I can use big words. I can speak white.
Decontextualized what?
For how exotic the setup for the story is, the game's politics are strangely uncontroversial. With one exception, the game refers to all Soviet people as Russians. Don't do that. The ultimate villain of the story are the American neo-Nazi conspirators puppeteered by the military-industrial complex. This was made in the mid-2000s, and back then the Americans went on a post-Cold War rampage across the world. These kind of themes used to be progressive.
Let me shoot him, kid.
If we listen to Fidel and attempt to fight the colonel, he uses British kung fu to defeat our entire party with his bare hands, and then he flees. Beautifully insane. Reload.
Sir Alan MacLeod decided to forego his life of privilege to help the workers of the world.
I hate communism, but I was ordered to disregard all Sentinels' activity in the zone, even though my command knew they were determined to strike here.
The Hammer archive was confiscated by the Sentinels. He gives us the location of their base. The US intelligence are using terrorists to create a casus belli to justify war. The British colonel doesn't like that.
Did you see that, my Fuhrer?
The base assault is a sequence of 3 missions. Map 1 is about crossing the guarded bridge. The game is working hard to outdo itself, producing progressively shittier and shittier battles.
Dies like a little piggy.
Think about this as a puzzle. We have to kill or apply a crippling status effect to every soldier on the map, including those we can't see yet. There is no cover. The squad is in the open, and that doesn't even matter since we can't move anyway, as movement will trigger immediate interrupt, followed by death. So you have to save scum until every shot and every grenade lands perfectly.
That sounds so painful.
I want $200 now, Captain. Just kidding.
Stage 2 is about assaulting the base entrance, and it's much more manageable.
What is my score?
The base itself is another sewer level with narrow corridors where squad maneuvering is impossible. But on a positive side, I enjoyed that this place is designed kind of like the player's base in an XCOM game. Eventually, we reach the commander's office and confiscate a big-ass bag containing the Hammer archive.
You sent that Russian to soften us up so you could kill us. Exactly. Unfortunately, I had assumed you would be competent.
Every character is schemer, high difficulty, puzzle fights. Oh my god, it's a Vince game.
What happened to that bold Archie I knew in the war?
Get on with it, you bastard.
There he is again, right on time.
Wait, did he? He missed. Archie is still alive in Serbia.
Captain, we need to talk.
She told everyone else to wait for us in the forester's cabin. We are alone in the middle of nowhere.
How could you be so stupid as to let neo-fascists create your foreign policy?
Yeah, we commies are too smart to fall for that. Operation Tornado begins in days. They'll hit the US occupational zones wearing Soviet uniforms and the Soviet zones wearing the US uniforms. We need to warn the KGB, as well as the CIA elements that are not yet under the Lalilulelo control.
The Americans are not going to trust an AWOL paratrooper.
No, but they'll trust a CIA agent.
Where are you going to find... Oh, God.
Rook, she was trying to tell you about this earlier, but you just don't listen to women. Sanders says that if she would have met us under different circumstances, maybe something would have happened between us. She takes a few papers from the bag and leaves. And there you have it, Rook. A furrow too many. a lover to few.
Casualty radius. 10 kilometers? Must be a misprint.
We discover the Hammer intentions to blow up our Soviet friends with a nuke. And we have the location, an old railroad tunnel near the border. We need to leave now. The cave dungeon is the second to last battle, and by the standards of this game, it's actually not too bad. Hello, Ivan.
They're going to jump out of this.
The Hammer machine gunner at the end of the corridor can see us before we see him.
I need a tourniquet.
So naturally, I assume this is a puzzle kind of a fight, where we need to shoot the light bulbs to enable stealth mode and then sneak past the MG. This doesn't work. What you actually have to do is charge him. 70% of the time, he instantly spots and decapitates you. 30% of the time, nothing happens and the combat doesn't trigger. I swear the original Silent Storms are not like this. They're good games, I promise. Confused about how to proceed from here, I shoot the nuke with a German paratrooper rifle, but that doesn't seem to do anything. Notice that Rook also uses his gangster animations when firing rifles. Kinda weird, but kinda cool. So...
What the fuck is up with this game? It's definitely not as insane as Planet Alcatraz, but still pretty insane.
If we exit the map via ladder, the nuke detonates. And we get the bad ending. Okay. So we actually do have to shoot the nuke with the rifle. It just takes a while. Maybe we shouldn't have stood this close. I guess this is Rook's superhero origin story now.
Okay.
Back in the GDR. Now to warn the troops and save the world. This is the actual shittiest mission in the game. Rook's friend, the Soviet officer who sent us into Western Germany, happened to be around. His car happened to be ambushed by the unnerved werewolves, wearing foreign uniforms.
What's my score? I've lost count.
To get the best ending, the Soviet officer needs to survive. Easier said than done. The enemies can see much further than we do, their weapons have longer range than ours, and Rook usually goes down in 1 or 2 hits.
Continue the mission. Without me.
It's a disaster, but I played Hammer and Sickle before. I remember the last mission being much easier, and this was when I realized that the game f***ed me. The conversation with Sanders makes you believe that the war is imminent. We need to move fast, but looking at the chart, I don't think there is a time limit. We could have gathered our squad, healed up, went to Sigmund, got weapons, whatever. I don't have an earlier save, so let's watch the good ending on YouTube. The world never learned how close we came to nuclear Armageddon. Few paid attention to a chain of suicides of US congressmen and senior officials. And even Truman's puzzling speech didn't hold the media attention for long. Nobody quite understood what exactly the president meant when he said that the United States accept the extended hand of friendship offered by the Soviet Union, and that they will never get themselves tricked into another war by a clique of villains. The point of Molotov's speech also remains a mystery. He said that the Soviet Union remembers the American aid it received during the war, and it remembers the blood spilled by the American soldiers in the fight against fascism.
So, you're an anti-fascist.
The powers agreed to reduce their military presence in Germany.
To avoid denazification.
So this was Hammer and Sickle. I'll buy that for $1. Unfortunately, it's not for sale. If you want a game that is kind of like Hammer and Sickle, but good, consider purchasing Silent Storm Sentinels on Steam or GOG. Alright, let's do patron credits, and then we'll exercise our RPG knowledge to fix this broken game in a thought experiment.
I want $200 now, Captain.
This channel is supported by enthusiasts, including Jim Lawrence, Dmitry Yu, Ilya Rubin, I Feed My Parrot Chicken, Tony Spagani, 1967 Ford Mustang, a two-room apartment in Bobruisk, Belarus. Battle begins. The failure path sounds cool enough to be triggered intentionally. Anyway, the best. I understand why VAs are pretty good, but in the original Russian version, you have Russians voicing American characters, and it's something else.
Oh shit, it's SsethTzeentach. Damn it, Commie, somebody bring the bazooka!
Simply the best. I understand why Hammer and Sickle is no longer sold. It would generate nothing but complaints and refund requests. There are no less than 3 instances where the game tells you to do the opposite of what you are actually supposed to do. Looking back, the strangest thing about Hammer and Sickle is that it generally failed at easy problems, but succeeded at things that are very hard to get right. This is a party RPG where a Soviet Smersh commando, a Holocaust survivor, a Spanish revolutionary, a CIA agent, and an ex-Hitler Youth small-time gangster team up to fight the American military-industrial complex.
That looks rather painful.
And it somehow works. The characters are the best part of this, and I want to know what happened to them after the ending. I wish this had Fallout-style ending slides. Fidel retires and becomes a masculinity coach. Sanders goes back to America and gets involved in her local megachurch. Rook works a quiet job in the Soviet diplomatic corps. Disappointed with the Soviet interpretation of Marxism, one day, on an assignment to London, he defects. He has something of a career in British academia, eventually getting involved in an experimental cultural theorist collective at Warwick University.
Jawohl, Herr Officer.
The weakest part of the game is combat and counter design. It's horrible. The maps lack basic terrain features, the underground levels encourage AI abuse and discourage team maneuvering and tactical decision-making. Not to mention they're visually bland, just terrible, and embarrassing for a third game in a series. And listen, I love short RPGs, but this game is too short. The characters don't get a chance to express themselves mechanically. Siegfried is a grenader. Cool. He got to throw 2 grenades in this campaign. Hammer and Sickle ends before the story matures. Some of these side branches should have been integrated into the main narrative. Why do I have to pick between recruiting Moishe and being a highway bandit? Why can't I be a bandit together with my friend Moishe? You can remove half of these branches and still end up with reasonably choicey and consequency campaign. Like, there is a quest where Moishe learns that Siegfried was in the SS and executes him. There is a sequence of endgame missions where we get to fight the opening battle of World War III. Rook gets a call from command. We have to talk to our party members and make sure they're loyal. Sanders will have to be either tied up or shot. The Soviets will then send 2 special agents who will join our party, and the final battle begins. The failure path sounds cool enough to be triggered intentionally. Anyway, this game will never be fixed. Hammer and Sickle is for YouTubers. It's not for people. The next bid is Fallout 1. Give me all your money via the crowdfunding platform Patreon.
What?
See you all in a few weeks.
Oh shit, it's Russian tank. Damn it, Commie, somebody bring the...
Okay. Warlock Racy covered all of these obscure ass RPGs, and now he's covering Fallout 1? What the hell? Did he get on that? I actually like...
Nazi where?
I actually really like two first Fallouts. So if he makes a video on that, I will actually watch it because I wanna relive some of that, you know, some of that game without necessarily going back to it, because some parts of Fallout 1 and 2 are exceptional, but like overall it does get very tiring by the end. At least replaying it today. Obviously back in the day it was a game unlike any fucking other, so you know. And yeah, that's it for today's reactions. I will hop on 40k Mechanicus and play that for a little bit. And I will come back probably next week to watch some of these other things people have requested. Shout out to CIA undercover agents who keep accidentally admitting they're CIA. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Aren't most of them like that? I was not expecting to hear voice actors I'm mainly familiar with from Oblivion to be in this. Interesting how this game came out a year before Oblivion did as well. Damn. Really cool and unique. Like, despite everything, that's a really cool and unique RPG, I gotta say. Let me boot up Mechanicus so that I can get some progress in it, because I really would like to finish it at some point, you know, on the stream.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day, the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and...
God, that intro goes so hard. God damn. So yeah, last time I remember we got a new guy that I need to upgrade now. And we have a... Secutor and Lex Mechanic, I think? No, we have a Secutor and Engineer. So this guy will be something else. I kinda wanna do this thing. After making an attack, the unit gain +1 damage. After making an attack, the unit loses 1 HP. Gain +5 critical chance per missing HP. Restore 3 HP, and once per battle, revive the tech priest at the beginning of its next turn with 10 HP. God damn, that sounds wild. Ooh, but this one is good too. Holy shit. I would really like somebody to like tank, to kinda like tank damage for my guys. So I could go Dominus or Explorator to either focus completely on ranged or melee. I think melee so far is better, so... yeah, I'm tempted to just give him this for now. So let's see. Now he has more HP. Probably give him the standard thing. Oh, this is free here. That's kinda good. Okay, that's everything. Maybe actually take away the gun and give him something else. And he will be like a pure melee fighter. Yeah, I will give him this, give him the free heal thing, and I'm gonna roll with that for now. Oh yeah, and last time I saw that this easy mission gives me like fucking free cognition gauge size, so I'm gonna go with this. Definitely. Reveals enemy statistic when dealing them. Damn, their stats are good though. Holy, single ranged attack deals 2 to 4 energy damage to the target. I'm fine with the normal. I'm fine with the normal setup that I have. Let's go with this, and yeah, that's fine. Let's just deploy and see what happens. We have a problem, Magos. It is doubtful you would seize my attention with such alacrity. Were they going to plant Subdomina? One of my Skitari units is escorting an Oculus topographist to produce fuller interior scans of the tomb of Agrolek. They have become bogged down by Necron attacks and are cut off. They will surely perish if they do not get immediate support. And the Oculus, it will be lost too, and yes, I am aware it is worth a lot more than any of my soldiers' lives. The last communications from the Skitari said that they were under heavy gunfire and trying to prepare a defensive position since they have gone dark. They're either dead or the architecture of the tomb is interfering with their comms again. Both possibilities reduce the percentage chances of the Oculus topographies being recovered. And that is why I need your tech priests on this Magos. We have to move with speed and hell of a lot of firepower. That I can supply, we advance immediately. Yes, Magos, thank you, Magos. Where's the... okay, our objective is here. Let's just go through. Actually, let's go through here maybe. Let's try our luck with those glyphs. Because I haven't done much with them. A single port designed for Necron cannot have creature extrudes from the device. Okay, I shouldn't pick the mirror, I guess. this one. Well, that wasn't anything, really. Be wary, Magos, remember, seek not the word of the Xenos, lest they infect us with blasphemy. A Voxcaster unit somewhere in the top is broadcasting streams of code, possibly Necron transmission. This could be a Necron communications device, and destroying it could disrupt their capacity to coordinate their attacks. Find the device and attach a spare comms unit to it so the transmission can be decoded and examined on the Cestus Metallica.
I am the Void Admiral, Lord Agrolek, Dominator of the skies and Overlord of the stars. By my fleets shall the light of the Necrons banish the stain of biological life. Extinguished all, extinct in totality, bleached and clean, and perfect for the Necron Empire.
Damn. The disturbing transmission is rapidly purged from the Cestus Metallica, but not before it caused dismay and fear among the crew and the troops on the ground. Damn. Do I get anything cool out of these? Let's secure it first. Oh, nice. Blackstone's good, always. The chamber ahead is covered in dust and debris, which clearly shows the tracks of Oculus topographers. It is clear it went this way, and the trail it left could be followed by the cohort to reach its location as quickly as possible. Follow the trail. Let's go with all speed actually. New template detected. How glorious. The Xenos vary their weapons. Tesla weapon tech. They do not show signs of Promethean flamer tech, which only shows their inferior steps in technological advancement. Not now, Videx. We've dealt with Immortals for a while now. We've dealt with Immortals for a while now. They're proving to be a worthy threat. Now they have a separate weapon pattern. This is most concerning for troops, sire. Troops are of little concern. Mission is always priority over bio-life forms. Catapron battle servitor armor not thick enough. Castellans providing equally ineffective, must find weakness before wear. Appears this Xenos form triggered fragmented recording from Rzeszak. Indeed, it appears we will have a tough time using heavily armored forces against this specimen. Maybe we can use their strength against them. Westwards, Dominus. What is that vile mix of flesh and machine? Is it a form of Necron in its infant state? what has Scaevola got to say? Unsure of life form progression path, signs of degradation, deformed segmentation and physiological deformities, possible solutions, infant disease, parasitic life form that represent form of ripped flesh. Should I continue? That's enough, Scaevola. I believe you are not the ones to diagnose Necron health, but instead be their executioners. I'm mostly concerned for my troop morale. There have been reports of Skitari disappearing in these tombs, and I believe I now know why. Okay, let's try not to get ourselves stuck. Yeah, let's go like this. Oh my god, that thing is fast. And it deals a lot of damage. Holy shit. Has the thing. Okay. But I can cleanse the acid, right? Nice. Run up to it and just beat the shit out of it with the fucking axe. 1 damage? Come on, man. It doesn't trigger opportunity attacks. That's weird. I will for now stay there. Nice. Would be better to run up there with the guy who has a who has this shield because he's immune. But I don't wanna waste this machine spirit, so this is free. Fuck. I'm gonna run within range. I could send somebody back there, I guess. Wonder what... Oh, fuck! Movement reduced. Holy shit. That seems like a little bit of a problem. I'm gonna heal this guy. I'm gonna shoot, which is gonna also scan him. And I'm gonna actually go on the platform to circle around them. Okay, this guy for now can just hide behind the corner. Yeah. No, go here. Actually, go here. And they will have to like come all the way towards him to do anything, and he will have time to heal and shit, so... What the hell? Why can't I... Oh, there we go. Okay, nice. Yeah, I just wanna leave through here. That guy is a problem. Jesus Christ. Okay, they will have to go all the way up there, so... I don't know that guy's stats. I can't go up there because they will fucking demolish me, so I have to wait for them to move or something. Damn, this mission is tough. Oh, and he has his movement reduced. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, now I can run up to him and hit him. Oh my fucking god. Well, I could have hit him if I had the points to spare. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be really fucking tough. Gonna need to wait, I guess. Because I don't have range. Oh man. This guy is gonna get it pretty bad, huh? Should I go for the... Yeah, I think just go for the normal Necron, to be honest. Jesus Christ. That's a beefy hit. Now I will split their attention. I need those goddamn cognition points. Let's get that extra unit in here. What? Oh, okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing, I guess. Oh, fuck. Okay, this guy doesn't have a lot of HP, I guess. In fact, I could just do this to him. And I should be fine because he, because this guy absorbs a lot of... Nice! Holy based! This guy actually absorbs a lot of damage, so should be completely fine. I'm even considering... Yeah, I will position myself here. Go around the back here for a better position. And end turn. Nice! This could end badly for this guy. Fuck, I won't have cognition point for the deployment of reinforcements. Unlucky. Oh my god, what the hell? I really should heal this guy. What do you mean he's in fucking combat, man? I mean in melee. He's not! What the fuck? God damn it, I have to kind of waste this turn to get rid of this guy. That sucks! Why couldn't I... Oh wait, he doesn't have a ranged weapon on him, right? I don't even remember. Fuck. Is the cognition point to kill myself or save it? I guess I will save it for the reinforcements of it. I think this guy might be dead. Yeah, fuck. Okay, but at least like this is just clean up now. This guy is literally fucking stun locked, he can't do anything. Man, those free weapons are actually so much better. I need to give that other guy also that free melee weapon, because he literally died because he couldn't use the fucking points because I had none. Why did he move? Oh yeah, he needs to move, I'm done. Nice. I made a mistake actually. Not that. Nothing there, man. Nice. And that's all she wrote. Actually went pretty poorly, given how it could have gone. But, well, at least mission complete, I guess. Squad survivors are back. Okay. We learned very little of the tomb other than it is very huge. We lost 180 Blackstone. Okay, nice. Also very nice. Ubiao sector located. Whereas the other tombs are sterile, this one is grossly vacant with the union of life and death. The first scouting multiples to enter are overwhelmed by the appalling stench. Okay. Even the mind of Tech Priest is vulnerable before its horror. Okay. Interesting. This guy needs just a normal ass axe because holy fuck. Oh damn it, I don't have money to upgrade this one. Oh, level 2 servitor, what the hell? This is a hard mission. Okay, weapon, new unit. I'm tempted to do this one. Arc Mechanicus sector. Sub-Tribune Xerxes requests assistance in putting down a rebellion among lower ranks in the Castus Metallican's Engineerum decks. Ooh, this sounds actually interesting. I wanna try this. The taser go deals area damage. They have 10 HP, single target melee attack upon hitting target turns into a cone attack, triggers an opportunity attack, deals 2 to 4 energy damage to a target. That's interesting. And this is ranged. This costs 2 actually, god damn. I will take one of them, I think. Actually, let me take one each and see how I feel about them. Retention Magos. We cannot neglect the security on board of the Castus Metallican. A violent uprising among the lower ranks of the tech priests are minions on the engineering decks. An uprising. There is but one solution to rebellion, Magos. It is a discipline of physics stated. Force always wins. Doors and engineering decks are in the hands of malcontents. We must move against them now and exterminate the seeds of heresy. We should remember these are our people. When they raise arms against us, they cease to be ours, Magos. They become pawns of the enemy. I mean, true that. And if they fight against my tech priest, I should direct them to fight back. I hope your aggression will not be justified, but if it is, I shall be ready. There might be a more subtle way of dealing with this issue. I advise that the malcontent does not deserve subtlety, Magos. The rebels are supported by a host of servitors, which form the majority of their firepower. These servitors must be dealt with if the nascent rebellion is to be popped down. The servitors can be reset via Engineerum's coagitators, hack into the coagitators and restart the servitors' loyalty protocols. They are beyond help, destroy them and deny the rebels their firepower. Kill the leader of the rebels so the control of the servitors will end. I actually want hack into the Servitors loyalty protocols. See if we can get them on our side. Objective updated. Okay. Okay. Flanking maneuver, definitely. That's cool that you can kinda customize this mission. Silent strike. Yeah, I'm gonna start it like this, I suppose. The servitors, like, don't have range at all, so I don't need to worry about them, I suppose. The real problem are these fellas. I'm gonna go here and see what happens. Sprint! What the hell? Okay, still not enough to reach me, I guess. Oh, they can sprint too. That complicates things a little. I'm gonna go and see if we can get those servitors back on our side, because there's a lot of them. How do I get inside here? I should have gone the other way. Fuck. I kinda wanna reload this now. Yeah, I'm gonna reload. I didn't realize you can only go up by those tiny little steps. That's kind of weird. So they cannot get up here also, and we cannot get down there. Okay. So fuck it, I'm just gonna stack cognition points and rush that console. Get that cognition point for free. Get that cognition point for free. But like keep running towards that console. And there we go. Oh man, this is a lot of fucking servitors that are gonna be moving. Wonder if I can speed up like those animations, because that's gonna be a little long. This guy and beat the fuck out of him. I could have shot at him also. I'm done. Damn, this guy is fucked. But at least, just like mine, they just don't do any damage, pretty much. What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. Oh man. I'm gonna see if I can like speed up these animations somehow. Actually, no. Let's do that. Do this instead. Settings. Oh man. That sucks that you can't really speed up all the animations, because it's just kinda boring to look at them running across the fucking map to reach me. Like, literally nothing is happening during that time, you know. God damn it. He had a buff that I think I hopefully successfully burned. Better to get that cognition, I suppose. Damn. What the fuck? They get 2 turns? Maybe that's one of his like abilities or something like that. Well, we'll see what happens after I survive this round. Like, I think the servitors will become ours, right? Because we decided to hack their loyalty protocols. Oh, that's literally it. Okay. With their servitors inactive or destroyed, the rebels are overrun by cohort's assault. The mission has only just begun, however. What prompted this rebellion, and are their leaders truly dead? That was the mission. Okay. I recovered data banks. They were heavily encrypted. They were hiding something. Can you recover any data? Only a fragment. It's a name, Epsilus Dan Mekioff. It means nothing to me, I swear. A moment of your time, if I may, in private. Epsilus Dan Mekioff, Arch Heretic, Stygies 8, classification status Secretum Omega. You have heard of this Epsilus, an Arch Heretic? I am forced to quarantine. Great consternation at this knowledge. You believe their followers are on the Castellus Metallicon? Certainty 30%, insufficient data. Seek additional input. The quest for more information never ends. Keep me informed of what you find. Well, that was an easy fucking mission then. God damn. Oh, if your troops die, you don't have to pay them. Very interesting. I was supposed to upgrade this little fella. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, one easy mission left. I think I will do that one and then move on to other missions. But yeah, that's gonna continue on another stream, I suppose. Just wanted to hop on, do a couple of missions, and that's it. Thank you very much for watching and joining me, and as always, I will see you in the next one. Thank you for supporting this whole thing.